Good evening and welcome to the weekly Lawrence City Commission meeting. And tonight to start out, we've got a couple proclamations. And is there someone or a number of people here from the 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church? If you could please come to the podium, tell us your name and a little bit about your church.
Sound outside, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can we help with the sound, please, out in the lobby? Thanks.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing us to be here this evening. I'm Cynthia Lartigue Eubanks. I'm a member of 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, and this year we're celebrating 150 years of being here in Lawrence. We were established by an organization, the New England Immigrant Aid Society, which also was instrumental in establishing Lawrence. And so we have a proud history that we are hoping the entire community will join in celebrating with us this year. Thank you.
Would you like for me to read the proclamation for you?
Please.
Okay, it's my honor. Whereas the 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, 847 Ohio Street, was established in 1863 by the New England Immigrant Aid Society under the direction of Father Bateman as Secondary Missionary Baptist Church. And whereas prior to being named the 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, the church was known as the Warren Street Baptist Church. Whereas in addition to its work in establishing 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, the New England Immigrant Aid Society had a goal to help establish a new community, now known as the City of Lawrence, that would be instrumental in voting to make Kansas a free state. And whereas 150 years later, 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church and the members of its congregation continue to be actively engaged in ministry aimed at serving Lawrence and surrounding communities by contributing to the spiritual, cultural, and financial growth of residents in the area. And whereas March 11th to the 17th, 2013, 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church will celebrate its 150th anniversary and the significance of its rich history over the years to the Lawrence community, including the Free State Movement. Now therefore, I, Robert J. Shum, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, do hereby proclaim March 10th to the 17th, 2013, to be 9th Street Missionary Baptist Church, celebrating 150 years anniversary celebration week. Congratulations.
Thank you.
It's been a long time coming, That's a real slice of genuine history right there, 150 years being here at the same time the city was founded. So congratulations to all of you and your congregation, the good work you all do. So hope you have a wonderful week. Next item would be to proclaim Sunday, March 17th, as the 26th annual St. Patrick's Day Parade. I don't suppose there's anyone here to accept this. Oh, if anyone or all of you would like to come forward and make a statement, that'd be one statement.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sarah Jane Scott. I'm co-chairman along with Cody Cummings. We have some of our delegation here today. Two of our most honored guests, because they're two of the five that do most of the work for us for this fast 6 weeks of fundraising. Ms. Tina Sheelight, who's one of our Queen candidates, and Kylie Luckett.
Okay, right.
And we thank them for all their help too.
Okay. I'll read the proclamation this time.
Thanks.
Whereas in 2013, the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee is celebrating its 26th year as an organization in Lawrence. And whereas the Parade Committee encompasses 4 basic themes: to honor Irish Americans and their contributions to America, to celebrate the legend and spirit of St. Patrick through a fun, good old-fashioned parade, to promote an atmosphere of benevolence, friendship, and cooperation through the parade and other associated events, and to support and exemplify the idea that charity and goodwill begins at home, benefiting your friends, neighbors, and the Lawrence community. And whereas this year's parade will be dedicated to the founders of the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee, Bill Sullivan, Mike Rebick, did I get that right? Rebick, okay. Wes Kabler, Mike Jones, Mike Wilson, and Gene Shaughnessy, in memory of Bill Garrett and the military and the Douglas County Law Enforcement and Emergency Services. And whereas the The Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee is self-supporting and depends solely on the resources of interested businesses and citizens who donate their time, talents, and good humor to sponsor worthwhile charitable causes on a yearly basis. Now therefore, I, Robert J. Shum, Mayor of the City of Lawrence, Kansas, do hereby proclaim Sunday, March 17th, for the Day of the City of Lawrence as the 26th Annual St. Patrick's Day Parade, and thank the citizens of Lawrence for supporting the Lawrence St. Patrick's Day Parade Committee charity fundraisers during the months of February and March. Congratulations to you.
Thank you. We can go to the parade now. We can go to the parade now.
That'll be green. Okay. Get the hard stuff out of the way first. Then we can move on. We've got a lot of people here. There's a number of items that we're going to generate some speakers, and so I want you to remember a couple rules, if you would. First of all of you take your cell phone and turn on silence for us. That doesn't interrupt anyone. Appreciate it. Next of all, that when you come to the podium, you need to sign in. We'll have a sign-up sheet at the back on the other side of the door, in the room here, but on that side of the door. Sign up there first. And come up, state your name, and speak only to the commission. Don't speak to any of the staff members. Don't speak to anyone else in the audience. You're to direct your comments to the city commission. Be allowed 4 minutes. At 3 minutes and 30 seconds, you'll hear the sweet-sounding chime, and that means you should wrap it up and be prepared to take your seat so someone else can take the podium after you. There's a lot of people that want to make comments. So, and last but not least, there's no applauding or cheering. This is a business meeting. We need to conduct it as such, and so we can get through everything, listen to everybody, and make a decision. So I appreciate your helping us out with those few rules that we need to keep. Okay, tonight, next is the consent agenda. All matters listed below on the consent agenda are considered under one motion and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion on those items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Any item any commissioner wish to remove from the consent agenda?
No, sir. Nope.
Is there any item any member of the public would wish to remove from the consent agenda? Okay. In addition to the consent agenda as published, I will also add claims to 173 vendors in the amount of $2,693,680.34. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Moved Amix, second Dever. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carries 5-0. Next item is the city manager's report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. A few items in this week's report. Mark Teal worked hard and updated his snow operations report. Appreciate Mark's efforts along with just a number of different city departments and staff personnel that worked in some pretty tough conditions during the two major snow events that we had. You see those dollar amounts. The good news is we have the funds available. The tough news is that money just comes out of our street maintenance budget. So we're hopefully this is the last snow operations report that you'll get for this season. So it's a hope, not a promise. So be happy to respond to any questions that you have there. Again, continuing our first quarter theme of annual reports, you see the 2012 annual report from municipal court. Has a lot of good data in there. Citations are down, and you see those numbers and revenue accordingly. Then also we have a code provision that requires us to provide an annual review of the revenues and expenditures in the Development Services Division of the Planning and Development Services Department regarding building permit fees. You see that that memo and that information there as well. Revenue fell a little bit short of expenditures, but we don't recommend at this time any alteration to the building permit fees. I'm happy to respond to any questions that you might have about any of this information or anything else.
Questions?
No, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for the report. Next item on the agenda will be our regular agenda item, and we'll receive a staff report regarding the farmer's market, use of privately owned parking lot on the northeast corner of 9th and Rhode Island. Consider directing staff with an agreement. Staff?
Mayor, I can provide you with a brief report that summarizes my memo. Last week, you directed me to investigate the possibility of using the privately owned parking lot at the northeast corner of Rhode Island and 9th Street. It has about 32 spaces. I talked to Brad Burnside, the president of U.S. Bank. He was very hospitable and enthusiastic about trying to help us. That was our decision to proceed. I've already talked to one of their staff members about working out a license agreement. Jonathan is also working on that as well. Again, if that is your direction, we think that we could get something consummated fairly quickly as far as the license agreement insurance requirement, if that's your desire. They have about 2 or 3 individuals that park there on a daily basis that use it for the bank purposes. We would work to accommodate them either at that location or elsewhere in the city parking garage, for example, or something like that. So, but that's my report. Haven't really done very much. Drove through it. You know, I think it's got pros and cons that you all will need to deliberate and also have discussions with the farmers market representatives in regards to that.
Do you
I
know-
can respond to any questions.
Do you know the total number of spaces in that lot?
I think we've got approximately 32. It's not, because of its use and maybe a little bit of the snow condition, I don't know that it was easily marked off as far as it being well striped, but I mean, that may be something that we could do as well. Even though it's privately owned, we could go in and do a little bit of quick rehab on that striping, but that's our guess, roughly kind of 16, half and half. It's not quite equal out all of that. I know that we need 17 to 18 spaces there, but I think we can work out something there again if it's your direction to proceed there.
Would there be any cost to the farmer's market?
I wouldn't anticipate that. And this is not uncommon for us to be the general host as a city, where we would then talk to our casualty insurance provider, tell them what our arrangement is, and then we would pay probably a very modest liability insurance arrangement. We obviously want to protect the bank. They're being a gracious host. We're kind of the sub-host to the farmer's market. Haven't really worked out whether it's invitee license agreements and all those kind of things, but I mean, I'm thinking $500, $750, somewhere in that kind of casualty insurance range for 1 year, something like that. Other than that, I'm not seeing any other costs. They're not asking to charge us a fee for that use. We probably work with farmers market to put up a sign. The sign might indicate space provided by U.S. Bank, but it would all be in keeping with our sign code. I mentioned that to Brad as well. I thought that I would insist on that. If they're allowing us to use their property, it'd probably be appropriate to provide a brief recognition. But clearly, farmers market wants to have the right kind of advertising to let people know about it if it proceeds there.
But we, the city, could accommodate them with paying the insurance premium.
Yes, we could, absolutely.
Other questions? Mike?
Dave, Mr. Burnside, is he the final authority in making the decision at this location?
He has talked to the final authority and gotten their approval.
Okay.
So I'm not sure exactly what that chain of command is, but he's represented that they can proceed with that if we would agree to their license agreement and so forth. So I think we could do this in relatively short order. I think within a week to 10 days, 10 business days, I think we could have something executed.
Other questions? All right. Public comment? And might I say before we get started on public comment, we took a lot of public comment last Tuesday night on this, and there's likely to be some objection to this site. If one person states that, if everyone else just wants to raise their hand and say, I think like they do, then we can kind of move this thing along a little bit without listening to a number of people. Or however we can kind of sort these comments into a little package for us. Thank you.
Preventing redundancy sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, okay. There you go. You said it
Okay.
nicer than I did.
Hi, I'm Will Cotton, Community Outreach Manager for the Lawrence Farmers Market. You probably remember me from last week. On behalf of the Farmers Market staff, board, and vendors, I'm here to restate a strong preference for locating our Tuesday afternoon market at the same lot as the Saturday morning farmers market. I'm also here to request that the decision to locate the market at that site be made today. I know you have received several letters voicing support for our proposal. Of the many reasons for our request, I'd like to highlight the following three. First, we directly attribute the declining patronage at our once thriving weekday markets to the separation from the Saturday markets in 2006. Since 2006, overseeing separate market locations has stretched our market management and promotions budgets thin. In 2010, we attempted to respond to declining market participation by relocating our Thursday market to a new site in West Lawrence. That effort failed to improve attendance and resulted in the loss of our Thursday market. We now know that promoting new markets at new locations requires more resources and time than we can afford this year. Uniting with our Saturday market in 2013 is critical to the success of our remaining weekday market. Second, the Saturday market site houses a restroom and hand washing station that we wish to make available to weekday market vendors and patrons. At its current diminished size, the weekday market has not been able to budget for duplicate facilities at a separate location. The hand washing facility in particular is meant to address food safety concerns and makes it possible for vendors to follow legal requirements sampling food products, which can lead to increased sales. Third, the prospect of a united weekday and Saturday market site has generated increased vendor interest in weekday market participation, and increased participation is essential to help our weekday market thrive. Perhaps it goes without saying, but a thriving market means increased revenue not just for vendors and surrounding businesses, but also increased tax revenue for the city. A handful of citizens have voiced concern that parking issues may arise from hosting the weekday market at 800 Rhode Island Street. We see no evidence that parking is at risk. We are requesting only 18 parking spaces, 3 hours per week for 25 non-winter days of the year. City staff has identified that at least 35 of the more than 120 parking spaces in Lot 8 are typically unused. City staff note that posting signs to reserve spaces for our weekday market is easily feasible. In response to towing concerns, the weekday market does not tow vehicles. We adapt to misparked cars and welcome them to come pick up groceries on the way home. In response to concerns about weekday market expansion, 18 parking spaces will allow room for 50% growth in weekday vendor participation before we start to get crowded. If, despite the evidence I've shared to the contrary, there are still concerns, Brad Burnside at US Bank is open to using their adjacent lot to help mitigate parking concerns on weekday market days. Though we are touched by the generous offer to use US Bank's lot for a weekday market, we do not see the US Bank lot as an ideal option for a number of reasons. The most significant among them, time is of the essence. We must know with certainty where our weekday market will be located in order to properly promote our market at the multiple promoting events we have scheduled for next week, including the St. Patty's Parade. Additionally, market vendors cannot wait any longer to know whether and where they will be able to sell their products this year. The Ides of March are upon us. It is planting time. Planning to allow the Lawrence Farmers Market to use Lot 8 for a weekday market will be swift and easy. In contrast, we are concerned that negotiations with US Bank will take time and want to make sure that that would be expedited in a way that would allow us to promote things properly. By voting in favor of the proposal to unite our two markets, the City of Lawrence can very tangibly support its now 37-year-old farmers market. Thank you.
Got a question for you. When
Yes.
when you talk about your hand wash facilities, and was there toilet facilities as well?
Yes.
And so you put those out on Saturday?
They're there throughout the season. We put them there in the beginning of spring, and they stay through the end of November, or mid-November. They're located just in one parking spot, which was why last time we were confused about if it was 18 or 19 spots. That one's always in use by the market.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Avery Leminska. I'm a farmer's market vendor and the chairman of the Lawrence Farmers Market Board of Directors. When I met with city staff last summer and asked for a resolution to this issue by November, I thought this process would be a lot easier than it turned out to be. In hindsight, I should have come back to City Hall every single week until we had a solution. Problem is, I was busy farming. That is one of the hazards of an all-volunteer board of directors. Now we are in a precarious situation with a vital decision being made at the last minute, and we cannot wait another day. I may not be good at getting things done at City Hall, but I am a good farmers market vendor. I've worked at the farmers market since I was a child. The farmers market has been my only job since I first got my driver's license in 1995. It's been more than 4 years since I missed a single Tuesday market. I really am an expert on this very specific situation. Please believe me when I tell you what the farmers market needs. If our greatest need were $5,000, we would be asking for that, but we're not. Our greatest need is a single location and the cohesive identity that comes with it. We would not be so adamant about this single issue if it were not vitally important. It is a fortunate coincidence that the plan which is best for the farmers market is also the cheapest plan. Not only is our plan cheapest for the farmers market, it is cheapest for the city. The farmers market cannot afford to pay for duplicate facilities which are necessary for the health and safety of our customers, and it is not right to ask the taxpayer to pay for duplicate facilities when we have a solution that requires no taxpayer support. Brad Burnside from U.S. Bank has agreed to our proposal to allow long-term parking in the U.S. Bank parking lot. This means that there will be at least as many, and maybe more, long-term parking spots available for parking permit holders on market days than on non-market days. There should be no complaints about our effect on parking when our plan increases the number of parking spots available on the same block. This is in addition to the long-term parking that is now available at our former location on Vermont Street. We know that everyone has good intentions, but the fact of the matter is that real negotiations with U.S. Bank have not yet begun. It makes much more sense to give the farmers market the space and cohesive identity that we need now, and then spend the next couple of weeks sorting out the details of how we're going to mitigate parking, rather than the other way around. It is not fair to the farmers market to continue the uncertainty of it is not fair to subject the farmers market to the uncertainty of continuing negotiations over location. Finally, there are many people, some of them in this room, who are considering taking risks to make significant financial investments in starting or expanding an agricultural business. The City of Lawrence needs to send them the signal that this is a good place to make that type of investment because local government completely supports local agricultural businesses. With Kansas weather and the state of our economy, local farmers face enough uncertainty. Farmers need to be certain that the city supports them completely. The city should not ask the farmers market to settle for something that hopefully will be good enough, but rather do what is best for the farmers market. So please, in your decision tonight, do what is best for the farmers market. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker? Next speaker, please. Any other speakers?
Hi, my name is Phil Holman Hebert. I'm a owner of Sweet Love Farm and one of the vendors that attends the market. And I'm just standing up here to say that I completely concur with what Cole and Avery have just said to you, and I'm fully supporting the request to make that 800 Rhode Island parking spaces available for us for weekday markets, and I appreciate your support too. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Marcy Francisco, 1101 Ohio. I'm very pleased that this last week the Kansas Senate passed a bill to promote farmers markets across the state by establishing a website for that use. Seems to me that it would be helpful to have one location identified on that website, and we are really hoping as a state we can help promote these markets, identify where they are, draw people to them. I'd appreciate your support of the request that's been made by the farmers markets here in Lawrence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I'm Mike Reiling. I talked a little bit before. I do want to point out two things, and I don't know if I can get this up there, but I did go by the I park in the parking lot every day. So I can tell you right now that because of the library and because of everything else, that parking lot is starting to see a lot of use. And today, if you'd have had the farmer's market, you would have been towing cars or you wouldn't have been having the farmer's market. So the question is, how do you have the farmer's market if you don't tow cars? For years, we've sent the message to employees, park in this long-term parking lot, don't park downtown, don't park in the 2-hour lots, don't park in front of the merchants. Now they're going to be told at 3 o'clock or whenever you're going to have to go out and move your car. If they don't, there won't be a farmer's market. You're going to have to tow cars because this lot is full and it's getting fuller, and this is on a sunny, cold day. Tuesday afternoons, this lot is gonna be jammed. It's not gonna be empty. I don't know when the studies were done, but they had to have been before the library moved over, before you closed that parking lot. All this has shifted pressure on that lot. And we pay 10-hour parking permits for the employees. We get them in the habit of doing that. I think that the compromise that was made is fair. I will point out, I think you received that letter. I indicated to you earlier that DLI had voted against this location. So it's more than just a few people. I don't think they can put up a sign that says farmer market over here during those time periods. I think this is a fair compromise. I think you're gonna have a lot of problems if you try to put the farmer's market in this parking lot. It's not gonna be that easy unless you're prepared to start towing cars out. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, back to the city commission for discussion. Oh,
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Katie Welsh, and I spoke to you last week. I represent the East Lawrence Neighborhood Association. And I would just like to reiterate that we are very much in favor of what the Farmers Market Group is requesting. And I believe that having those signs on the parking meter that will inform people parking there that there will be a market from, it'll have the time right on the meter. That will be explanatory. And also remember, the library location is temporary. Everything's gonna, sift itself out. Also, I live a half a block from there. Commissioner Dever, you office there. I'm sorry, that lot is never full. I don't think we have to worry about it. Thank you.
anybody else?
My name is Bob Leminska, and I'm going to leave off most of what I had to say. But I think a plus for the nearby businesses is the fact that on Tuesday afternoons, their employees are going to have the option of walking out and having a farmer's market within a few yards of their office door or their car, and they can buy fresh produce and take them home and serve them to their families. I've been involved with this, the farmer's market, growing vegetables for a long time. I actually have a photograph of Avery in 1980 when he was 1 year old, or 1.5 years old, toddling around the farmer's market wearing diapers. So, I mean, the guy has experience, and we've been in this for a long time. We're part of Rolling Prairie Farmers Alliance, and we're a multi-farm CSA, and we've been approached by a number of businesses requesting that we, bring produce to make them available for their employees. And I think wellness people, HR people in various businesses are actually trying to get more fresh food, fresh produce into the hands of their employees to improve their health and their well-being. So I'm hoping the nearby business will see this as an opportunity and a piece of, good fortune that has fallen into their laps instead of, the minor inconvenience that it might be. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And I want you all to know, too, we recognize the value of the farmer's market. That's certainly not what we're debating, and I think all five of us would do anything we could to encourage more people to participate. It's just a matter of how we're going to sequence this in terms of parking. So, I mean, we don't doubt the value of it. I go to it myself, and so, please.
I'm Marilyn Pilkey, owner of Little Woods Bake Shop, which is just a very tiny bit of farmer's market, but I've been with the market for 5 years now. And based on what you just said, I probably don't need to say that the Lawrence Farmers Market is the oldest farmers market in the state. It's one of the signature advantages of living in Lawrence. It's located, if you're allowing us to be in the current lot, it's located in what could be seen as a food desert for renters and low-income women and infants and children. There is not a supermarket downtown. There are many upscale eateries that these ladies can't afford to go to buy produce. And I think that if you put a permanent sign up that said this is the home of the Lawrence Farmers Market, that it would add pride to the city. I know that people come on Saturdays, they come from all over the state. People will show up and say, we drove in from Manhattan because we've always heard about this farmer's market. And having to shift it around from one place to another during the week makes it a weekend market. It makes it hard for people to find. Please, hear our plea, please.
Thank you.
My name is John Nitcher, and I work downtown. I just wanted to say that I want to thank U.S. Bank for making its lot available. The fact that it is so very close to the 10-hour lot where most of us park during the day, it makes it hard for me to understand how people might get confused or might not be able to find that lot when it's essentially a 45-second walk from the west side of Rhode Island Street, where at least one of the locations is being discussed for the farmers market. The problem that many of us have who work downtown is trying to remember to get out by 3 o'clock or 2 o'clock or whenever the deadline might be. I know, for example, a lot of times I'll work until 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening during the week, and trying to remember to get out so I don't get towed or something of that sort could be a real problem. In addition, the kind of work that some of us do, we simply can't get away every day at 3 o'clock or every Tuesday at 3 o'clock. So it would work a hardship on people working downtown. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other comments? Okay, back to the City Commission for discussion. Any questions of staff?
I have a question. Staff, when did we go to ascertain the usage? I know we were
Parking control officers taking a number of counts throughout the year, so that would have been over the course of
more historical than recent, because that's a very real change, and I'm just curious what exactly the impact has been on all the lots in that area. We know it's got to have changed things, but we don't know what that is, I guess, huh? Okay.
Comments?
Well, I park right next to it every day when I'm in town, and I have noticed some of the spots being taken up, but historically, I think that eastern lot is much less utilized than the one that Mike had pointed out on the other side of the alley. That one's always pretty much full, and as you get further east, it becomes less and less used. Obviously, people don't want to walk as far, so. I just looked the last few weeks, and there's spots. I mean, there's probably 20 spots over there on any given day. Ever since this came up, I've been watching and looking, and it's definitely not full. But I couldn't speak to a percentage, but it's definitely not full right now, daily.
Gotcha.
So whether or not that shift has already occurred when they close a lot, people have started to create a habit on where to park. That's probably been established, and I'm sure when it gets full downtown, it'll be more of an impact. But this is 3 hours on a midday appointment. So
Right, and at 65%, I know it left a lot more than 20 spots, so now it sounds like it's still at 20, 20 or so.
I want to be
available.
conservative, and I
Yeah.
would say that that would be busy day, when maybe a Monday when there's a game on. I have seen a lot being more utilized, but I still think there's some capacity in that, especially on the eastern half of the lot.
Great, thanks.
Comments?
Mayor, one of the things that, we as a commission have done, have tried to look at ways of better promoting the downtown and having events that come to downtown that's going to bring, more and more people. And there is this balancing act between the need for parking for, the businesses that are there and special events, that we have from time to time. Somebody who helped push and change the location of Farmers Market to come to the 800 block of Rhode Island, New Hampshire, is something that I obviously support. Is one of the things is I mean, let's face it, our farmers market's a very popular event. We talked last week about was it absolute that the timeframes that you presented, are those the ones that just have to be?
That's our strong preference.
Okay. Well, we can, we need to have discussion about when the times that would be available, if we wanted to keep it at the same location. Dave, do you believe that you can work out the agreement with Brad to allow the long-term parking to be on their space, or something very quickly? You said a week to 10 days. Is it something that can just happen quickly? Because the truth of the matter is these folks do have to have a decision tonight on where they're going to locate at, and there are ways of doing it in the 800 block, right away, just through signage and stuff. But if we're going to make that change, I mean, we got to give them an answer tonight. I, for one, if we could change the time, maybe by an hour later, if that works, maybe that helps settle it. If not, I know it's, there's a way of doing it in the 800 block right now, but the time is, you've got to replace that parking that we're going to lose somehow. And is that a reasonable thing? Did Brad say that could happen? Allow the parking to move?
Brad indicated that we could probably do something like that. Would we just want to do it for one day? What you're talking about is whether or not U.S. Bank will allow private cars to park on their private parking lot.
Right.
Right. And I mean, would we talk about just doing that once a week? I mean, at the same time that the farmer's market's being conducted in the 800 block parking lot, we would then allow for anybody to park in those 32 spaces or 16 of those spaces for that time period.
If there's a way to replace replace the parking that we would be giving up for that one day a week, is that a possibility?
Well, I think that it's a little bit different of an invitation. I mean, I understand that they've talked with Brad about that as a possibility, and he'd mentioned that he'd had those discussions. It's a little bit of a different liability scenario, but I think we can probably work out something on that as well.
Is that something that we should consider, making that parking available, asking U.S. Bank if they would consider us to allow us to use the 16 spaces or 18 spaces that we need for the farmer's market to replace those in their lot?
I might add that for the long-term spaces, that probably would need to be, needs to be during the day as opposed to just during the market hours. I'm just guessing, because for long-term parking, that allows people,
That day.
employees to
Yeah,
just park all
it'd be
day.
that day. And I think it would be the understanding it's only for 1 year. I mean, I think that's, we have to
Yeah.
review it, hopefully a little bit, make a decision earlier in the season to decide on what we're going to do there.
Well, along with that, you're going to have a number of things. The library's going to be done or getting close to being done, so that we're going to be able to get, a better look at what effect, that parking's having on this lot. And, but, the big thing is take Mr. Nitcher and Mr. Reiling's concerns about their employees and themselves, if they're parking in there long-term, they don't need to be running out. But if they have a place, that they can be all day, that day, that would be good. Allow this event to happen.
We can try and do that. That's your direction.
Well, I appreciate Bob's input on trying to find a solution to where to put the market. I understand the concern with consistency. Any business wants consistency when your customers walk up or they walk by or they drive by. I think it would add to the value if it could stay in the same place, plus signage and long-term, growth and benefit for the market. I am concerned about the parking, but I see it a lot, and I don't know if it's going to have a tremendous impact, but I think the solution that you came up with, worst case, is overflow parking for those people that don't want to move a car, and that's a great solution to this problem. And that, the only concern people have is where they're going to park the cars, and if we give them the same number of spaces on that same day, it seems like a great trade-off. the market and having to move back and forth with the wash station and the bathroom, I get it, I see that, and it's there in the corner, you know, during season, and I think it's important to have that nearby, and it does seem difficult to move it back and forth or have to have two of them, and we're talking about a year. I think if we can provide overflow or an opportunity for somebody to park somewhere else during that day, that would be the best solution for everybody based on what we're hearing from the people who sell their goods there. And I hear downtown Lawrence, and I hear parking, but I think this could work for a year, and then we figure out something else. But long term, hopefully the farmers market's going to be at the pavilion at the library, right? I mean, that's
Well,
what
that's
we
an option
envision.
that I've encouraged them to look at once it's constructed that may or may not work for them.
Right. That was something. But we'll definitely have more parking spaces when the parking garage is done. That in itself will affect the dynamics of parking downtown more so than anything else. So, yeah, either way, I think we've come to a great solution, you know, to not impact businesses and shoppers downtown. I think we'll add to the shoppers downtown because people will come here to buy their goods on the weekday.
Yeah, I agree. The toilet's there, the hand washing station's there. We got a sign there. We're gonna, you know, people need to be able to see this and know where to expect the farmer's market in order to utilize it. Farmers markets are a normal part of dealing with an urban downtown environment. No matter what city I ever travel to, that's what you have. Periodic days you have to deal with that sort of thing. If we have a solution to try to help mitigate that parking, yeah, you know, we're working on parking issues downtown. We've just talked about spending $1 million for an extra layer of parking on top of that parking garage. It's something that we're cognizant of and we're working on. So, you know, we balance all these different things out. But in this case, I think we leave the we locate the weekday farmers market the same place the Saturday farmers market's in. And I don't think it's, and we work on some parking solutions also. Well, I don't see a problem with that whatsoever, but I'm in favor of having that weekday, the same location, same lot as the Saturday market for consistency's sake.
No, I agree with both Commissioner Never and Cromwell's comments, and appreciate U.S. Bank's willingness to step up and help us come up with a win-win here.
Entertain a motion.
Mayor, if I could, just real quick, would this be conditioned upon us replacing the parking in the U.S. Bank lot? This location change?
I don't know if that's going to be finally acceptable. I think we'll try and work out something. I'll make the best pitch for it.
So they're acceptable to the market being there, but not.
Market's there for 4 hours on a Tuesday afternoon. Parking's going to be there all day. And I think you can work for them. We'll make the best pitch.
Okay.
So we are going to make a condition it upon that parking being made available for that day?
I'm comfortable with making the motion without the condition on there with the, you know, because whether or not we have that condition met, I'd still be favorable to it being located in that location. You know, and I hope that we can get that resolved with U.S. Bank, but I don't know that I need to.
Details.
If I may interject here before you make a motion, there are a couple of different places you could put it in that lot. And so as we start to work on implementing this, I assume you're talking about either this yellow or the blue sections here. We would scale either one of those back to 18 spaces. But I don't know if there's a preference from the commission.
I have a question. I have a question for Cole or Avery or someone. Is the yellow, is the hand washing bathroom, trying to remember, is that in the yellow area?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
It is.
I wouldn't have a preference where in U.S. Bank those spots would be. Whatever the bank's willing to do myself. Oh, I'm sorry, in the other lot, yeah. As far as condition, my thought is just, I guess back to Cole. You know, if we do a condition, can you restate what the concern was as far as timing? I mean,
Yes, I have 2 events scheduled for next week to promote the farmers market, and we'll be distributing flyers advertising it. The first one's on the 14th, the second one's St. Patrick's Day Parade. It would be really fantastic if we could know for sure that it's okay to put that on the flyers, at least by the 13th would be pushing it for me to get flyers that actually say both markets are there.
Okay, thanks.
Let's just do it. Bill.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the weekday farmers market location to be this, how we want to say, the yellow outlined center location of the lot.
Without any kind of conditions.
Without the condition.
Without the condition. But
Gentlemen, I think we need the condition. I think you gotta have some place for that parking to go. And I understand the markets need to know, like right now.
Well, by the 13th anyway. I mean, just when. I mean, that's 8 days. You think we can find out within 8 days?
Call Red tomorrow. And I think what we would probably do is, I don't think it's any big deal to offer to do a little bit of fix up of the parking lot, stripe it, sign an agreement whereby we would be able to have invitees on that parking lot on Tuesdays during the farmers market season. Sign it appropriately, maybe again do a recognition to the U.S. Bank that that's what that's going to be allowed for that whole area, and proceed. I don't want to speak for him, but I think that we talked just a little bit about it, but I didn't know that it was going to go this direction, so we didn't get any commitment from him.
Okay, so the motion's on the floor to approve it without any conditions. We could go that way and ask for a second and take a vote, and with the idea that we would instruct staff to pursue that parking option.
Okay, well, then I would second that motion.
Okay, is there any other discussion on that? Mike?
So without the condition, but also to direct staff to come back to us, or what's it gonna say?
Try and negotiate the parking at that long-term parking for 1 day a week at the 9th and Rhode Island intersection. I talked to Brad this afternoon at a meeting we had here. We didn't talk about parking per se, but farmers market is parking, so I can't imagine that I can't imagine it's going to be difficult. He was very enthusiastic about being asked to have the opportunity to participate in this. So I don't get the feeling that it's
No, I'm sure he's going to do, and the U.S. Bank will do everything they can. Everybody wants to make this work.
Okay.
Farmers market, we all want to make this work. So I just can't, I don't have the level of assurance about the farmers market being there that I do about the parking. I didn't talk to him in that level of detail about that.
Okay.
Other questions? Discussion? Been moved. Cromwell second. Dever. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? 5-0. I could say something like grow away.
Nobody brought me kale.
Sorry, that's Avery's fault. Where's the kale?
That'd be the most.
Oh, it's the snow. It's under the snow. We'll bring it next time. Sorry.
There. That's
Commissioners got back all us.
Monday? Lots of seats now.
all right. Okay, next item on the agenda is to conduct a public hearing regarding proposed benefit district at the former farmland property and consider resolution number 7015, 7016, setting out the findings of the governing body and directing the improvements to be made. Staff?
Mayor, Commissioners, I want to particularly recognize Chuck and his work on this. I also want to remind the commission that when they're speaking here at the dais to turn the microphone on and speak into it. We've got a big crowd and they anxiously await every word. So if we can do that, that'll be helpful. Chuck and Matt Bond and the great team at Bartlett West have worked really hard to get us to one of these additional days in the process of the rehabilitation and the reuse of the farmland, former farmland nitrogen facility. Tonight, what you're doing is you are conducting the public hearing and then approving the special assessment benefit district for the project. Chuck's going to talk a little bit about that, and then you're also entering into an agreement with Douglas County to defer the special assessments for the benefit district until the property would be resold, reused for a future business use. So, Chuck, tell us about the project.
I'll be pretty brief. This is our farmland plat. Basically, our project is going to extend the road from K10 north, which would be directly north of O'Connell Road, to an intersection for an east-west road that will tie into East Hills Business Park. We're currently out there on K10 and O'Connell at this intersection doing improvements to put a signal in there that will work for both the north and the south side of O'Connell Road. This project also includes water line, sewer line. It's all the infrastructure. It's going to be a concrete street, sidewalks, bike lanes, conduit for fiber. We're bidding it next week, and as David Corliss, our city manager, said, basically tonight your direction is to open the public hearing and pending comments and your discussion approve the two resolutions, 7015 and 7016, setting out the findings of the governing body and directing the improvements to be made. And I'll stand for any questions if you have any.
Questions?
None, sir.
Okay. Entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved, Amix, second, Cromwell. Open the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Public hearing is open. Any public comment at this time?
Second.
Moved Cromwell, second, Amix, to close the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Public hearing is closed on a 5-0 vote. Commission discussion or a motion.
Well, here again, Mayor. Dave, we still, even with the street network and the sewer, we're still going to have the flexibility to be able to change size of lots that can be sold or made available for development?
We will have some flexibility, Commissioner, to combine some of the lots or reduce the size of some of the lots. That was one of the things that we worked on through our planning process over the past few months was what's the right size of lots to attract businesses to the community. They range, they vary. We're sure that the first prospect that comes in won't want exactly the way that we have it. So we can reduce the size of some of the lots and we can combine some of the lots. We will be having a street cut across east-west, so that's not going to change. But we think that we'll have good flexibility to meet most of the requests.
Okay.
No questions? I think it's a good project. I think we ought to move forward with it.
I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Is there a motion on the floor?
I move that.
Second.
Dever, Cromwell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, carries 5-0. That was both resolutions, 7015 and 7016.
Yes.
And
sir.
authorizing you to sign the deferral agreement.
Yes.
Yes. 5-0 vote for all three of those items. All right. Number 3, conduct a public hearing considering resolution number 7014, authorizing the issuance of up to $40 million in industrial revenue bonds and 100% 10-year property tax abatement of the KU facility portion of Rock Chalk Park project.
Mayor, I'm sorry, we must be missing the sign-in sheet. If anybody has it, they might put it back on the back podium for us. Mayor and Commissioners, this, as you mentioned, is a request for industrial revenue bonds, and associated with that, a 100% 10-year property tax abatement for the KU portion of the Rock Chalk Park facilities. So in particular, the track and field stadium, the soccer stadium, and the softball stadium that's being proposed by the university to be built in conjunction with that project. There's a couple of things that I wanted to note prior to Britt briefly providing some information about the analysis that she provided for the Public Incentive Review Committee meeting earlier this afternoon. If KU were constructing these facilities on its property, KU would enjoy by right a property tax exemption, which is provided for in state law currently. Additionally, they would enjoy a sales tax exemption on materials utilized in the construction of those facilities automatically. However, the proposed structure of this project, as you know, is a little bit different than KU building this directly. Under this, there is a proposed structure of where the construction, and then there's a lease of the facilities by several entities that are involved. And that structure may not carry an automatic exemption. So that is the reason for the request in consideration this evening. I wanted to make just a quick note regarding the analysis that Britt Krumkano, our Economic Development Coordinator, has put together. There is a benefit cost analysis that's required by state statute and also the city's tax abatement policy that she's prepared for the PERC meeting earlier today, and also for your consideration with regard to this issue. That benefit cost analysis is a fiscal impact model that's meant to look in an isolated way at the issue of the property tax abatement, its benefits, its costs to the taxing jurisdictions. And by the way, we have informed the taxing jurisdictions per the state law of this evening's hearing and provided them information. I wanted to remind you, though, that earlier this summer there was also a CSL study that the City Commission had commissioned. This study is a much broader look at the project overall. It is an economic impact model. In that analysis, which I think is relevant to your discussions this evening, as well as looking at the project as a whole, it's looking much broader at the impacts of the Rock Chalk Park project, both the city's component and the university's component, in a much more comprehensive way, like what visitors will be attracted to the facilities that will come to the community. So not only the direct impacts regarding the project, but also many of the indirect benefits, people coming, staying the night, people coming and eating lunch as part of them coming to enjoy those facilities and that kind of thing. I do think that it's important to note that, because I think both of these reports, they are very different, but they're both relevant information both for your consideration this evening and you're looking at the project as a whole. The other thing I wanted to mention is that staff and bond counsel have prepared a resolution of intent for your consideration that's on the agenda this evening. That resolution of intent would authorize the issuance of up to $40 million in industrial revenue bonds for the project. It would also include the property tax abatement that I mentioned. And there has been a question that was raised about the language in our prior version that we had posted earlier with the agenda materials, and that perhaps it could be read that it wasn't specifically defined to be limited just to the three stadiums that I mentioned. I think it's the applicant's intent, I think it's the city's intent to limit that property tax abatement to just those facilities that will be used by KU. And so in response to that, we did visit with bond counsel, and I did want to draw your attention to a resolution 7014 that we posted this afternoon that has some amended language for your consideration in it. And you can see in that strikeout section there that it does specifically limit this mechanism to making sure that is the intent carried forward by the city. This evening, your action would be to open a public hearing. We've noticed that public hearing in accordance with state law, and then consider this resolution. And I would ask if Britt can come forward and give you a quick briefing related to the analysis that she did for the cost-benefit model, and then also this afternoon's PERC meeting and its recommendations to you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. Britt Kromkano, City of Lawrence, Economic Development Coordinator. As Diane had indicated, we did get an actual application and written request by the applicant for a 10-year, 100% property tax abatement on the KU portion of the Rock Chalk Park project. That application and the information that was submitted was what was utilized in order to do the cost-benefit analysis. There were actually several different scenarios. There's two base scenarios that we are presenting to you in the memo. And the first one is basically the applicant's information input into the model over a 10-year tax abatement period. That's the amount of time that is allowed by law. And as you can see here, the ratios for the city, county, which normally would prefer at least a 1 to 1.25 ratio, are exceeded in this model. I also did an alternative model, and I incorporated the amount of estimated sales tax savings that would be realized on the project through the IRB. You can see that those ratios drop a little bit, but they're still well above the 1.25 ratio that is required. PERC did meet earlier today. They were actually scheduled to meet last week, but because of the snowstorm, we had to put it back to this week. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of good discussion at that meeting and talking about this project and the models. And one of the things that I did want to clarify on the analysis, let's see if I can bring this up for you. There's one category that I think is actually mislabeled, and it's the average wage of indirect jobs. That is being read, that was being read by some of the PERC members as the actual wage per job. This is actually the economic value as applied through income multipliers that are supplied by the Bureau of Economic Analysis. So this is the economic value, not the direct wage of those jobs. So I did want to clarify that. PERC's recommendation was split. They had a 3-to-3 vote, and one member abstained. So that was the information that we needed to pass on to you tonight for your further consideration. As Diane had mentioned, the cost-benefit model is required by state statute. I think that is one slice of the analysis for the entire project. The economic impact provided by CSL is also something to consider, as well as other intangible benefits and cost of the project. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Questions? No, sir. In your model, that doesn't include ancillary business that comes to the city in the term of tourism, is that correct?
That is correct. That is correct.
So if you reinvigorate the Kansas Relays and you can get 7,000 people here on a weekend, they may stay in a hotel and eat out and do a few other things.
That is correct. A cost-benefit model is not designed to tell you that. An economic impact model would give you that information. And again, I would refer you to the CSL economic benefit study that was done earlier. It was actually done in the exact same project. It was a little bit smaller. I believe the softball stadium was not added in at that point, but I think the study is still relevant to look at.
Thank you. Mike?
So Britt, Mr. Chestnut, the financial analyst on the PERT committee, has given an analysis of the tax abatement request. So what information is different in his study as compared to yours? What am I not seeing here?
Mr. Chestnut was going off of different assumptions. One of the things that he wanted to see was what would happen if the tax abatement occurred after the 10-year period. And I'll go back to state statute. The tax abatement is only allowed for 10 years, so that effect in the model was only put in for 10 years. So if you want to extend it out for a longer period of time, then you probably are looking at a different model. You'd need a different model. And you might, again, want to look at an overall economic impact model because, again, the tax abatement can only be out there for 10 years.
Any other questions?
Just, Britt, the meeting, when I know was initially scheduled to happen last week, I'm just curious, when were the members of the PERT committee provided your analysis or the information? When were the members of PERT provided the information for this
That
meeting?
information was provided, I believe, the Thursday before the original meeting was scheduled.
So a couple weeks ago, anyway.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
I think the other thing that Rob Chestnut calls into question is the overall value that Bliss Sports will be using in their construction, of $40 million, and that, according to him, seemed to be a little high, but the application does say $40 million. Is that not correct?
The application, the value of the project and what the project can be built for is not necessarily the same thing. I think we could all agree that what you build it for and what it may be valued for, especially over a 10-year period, could be very different. Interesting thing about what the model does, when a property is valued higher, it actually lowers the benefit to the community because you're abating higher property taxes. So it seems a little bit off of what you would logically think, but the higher the value, the lower the ratios. So a more conservative option would be to look at, I mean, basically, as far as the model goes, if you were looking at the most conservative option, you want to actually have that property valued higher. And if it still makes the threshold, then you've looked at it in the most conservative manner.
But I think his point was that he thought it was too high. Is that not correct?
In terms of the valuation
Yes.
of the project, and actually the applicant would have to speak to how they provided that value. And I believe,
You're just asking what Rob thought.
That's right. That's right. Just what he put on his memo here. Yeah.
that's correct. I think he
I
was
mean, Mike-
questioning,
Mike asked the difference. Mike Amix asked the difference. So I'm trying to fill in a little bit of the blanks between your analysis and what Rob Chestnut came up with.
yeah, I think he was questioning the value, the overall value. I think he thought it was too high.
Correct.
So this is the part where he goes through the analysis that says that the actual value based on the rent amount is $22,500,000 versus the $40 million.
Correct.
As outlined in the application.
Correct.
And if you do
It's a hell
that,
of a
it actually skews the
Number higher.
the number higher and not lower.
Right, right.
So.
And
That's correct.
Bob, can
Go
I, something that came out, I want to make sure we all understand the tool that we're using to analyze this project. And this tool is typically utilized, from my understanding, talking to you, projects which are generated, the general impact to the community is typically in job creation and or commerce related activities where you build a warehouse or you build a factory and you help that company abate taxes in order to establish that business here and therefore generate jobs in your community. And that's the main benefit is most most of the benefit comes from the jobs that are created
That is
from
correct.
that investment, thus requesting the tax abatement.
Right. This is a very unique project. It's not our typical project that we would be looking at for a tax abatement, in the sense that most of the projects we look at are tied to jobs. There may be a manufacturing business or a service business. They're tied to certain jobs and wages. This particular project it really isn't driven so much by the jobs as it is to the overall investment to the community on several different levels. So it is really unique in that respect. It doesn't quite fit the way the policy was written, but that's not unusual because it's a very unique project.
So it actually ignores many of the true benefits that would come to the community through tourism, through external expenditures.
That is
through
correct, yes. Again,
gas and food and lodging and all those things. It's ignored from the model.
That is correct,
Completely.
yes.
And yet the model still generates a number that arguably can be anywhere between approximately 1 or no net impact to an actual benefit, is
That
what
is correct,
you're
yes.
telling us in your
Mhm.
report.
Yes.
Okay.
Other questions? Thank you. Is there any other staff presentation at this time? Okay, entertain a motion to open public hearing.
So moved.
Dever, Cromwell. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. 5-0. Public meeting is open.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here.
Please state your name, sir.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Bill Simons.
Okay, thank you.
I'm here to speak against any ordinance related to the Recreation Center as now proposed. I'm not opposed to additional recreation in the community. I'd like to point out from a very brief historical note that just 16 months ago, the City Commission agreed on a concept of a $15 million rec center, $12 million of which would be city money and $3 million in private donations. And 16 months later, we've more than doubled that now to a $25 million capped city expense recreation facility. I would certainly question that we're capped at $25 million. There's been no discussion that I'm aware of on how we're going to furnish these facilities, office furniture, et cetera, for the staff, the fitness equipment, the sports equipment, bleachers, et cetera, whether that's additional or not. The thing that concerns me most of all is the estimated operating expense of $1 million per year, year after year, and of course, more than that as inflation goes up. City manager has estimated that we generate $650,000 a year from outside events, and that's on the basis of 32 events a year. I think that may be optimistic, especially in the early years. That's about 3 events a month. What if we only get 20 events? Then all of a sudden, are the taxpayers up to 500,000, 600,000, 800,000? And this is year after year. And I'm not sure on some of these things. I'm assuming that tax money relates back to the 1992 sales tax. And I think if that's the case, that the community should have the opportunity, and the City Commission should consider revisiting that 20-plus-year-old sales tax and see if the community still wants to use it in that way. I'm also confused and not certain that there's been any definitive figure given to how much the city will pay toward the infrastructure and how much KU will pay. I saw somewhere in the newspaper that it was estimated that that the city would pay 50% or more. One lady who was speaking mentioned that they're asking for a 10-year tax abatement, but it's also been pointed out that KU may ask for special state legislation to make it an additional 40 years abatement, ask the state legislature for that. Also, one last thing is just trying to identify whether we need 181,000 square foot. Throughout some of this debate, city staff has referred to the National Recreation and Parks Association and things they've had to say. They say that cities with populations of 80 to 100,000, which fits us, have on average one recreation department-owned gym for every 87,000 people. They also say that Lawrence has more gyms per capita than comparable cities. They also say that the median size rec center for a city our size is 25,000 square feet, and a large recreation center is considered 39,000. Why, if we have more per capita than other cities our size, do we need 181,000? So those are my comments. I wish we could go back to the drawing board, and I wish we could go back to your consideration 16 months ago. I think we're rushing into something that we don't have all the answers for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Make sure they stay on.
What?
He's talking about the rec center.
This, just clarification, we're talking about, this public hearing is about the abatement on the IRB. Okay. fine.
Several things, I don't want to get more than once.
We appreciate that, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Joe Harkins. I live at 1713 True Lane here in Lawrence. I did not come to the meeting tonight with the intent of speaking, but on my cell phone this afternoon, I got a notice that you all had received a report from your consultant on the cost-benefit analysis of this project, which I assume you all have read. I have a couple of questions. First is, who are the 7 members of the PERC?
Go ahead and ask your questions. We'll get back to you at the end, after you're done speaking.
After I'm done speaking, all right. But I would like, if you're taking notes,
I am.
who they are and how they voted.
Okay.
I think that would be very important to know. The second thing, I was struck and dismayed by the fact that there was mention by your consultant, who's also quite familiar with the inner workings of the city, that he had to resort to getting information from news reports to conduct his analysis. Now, I don't know the extent of that, but there was a direct reference to obtaining information. Oh, you're shaking your heads no.
I'm not understanding the question,
Who's the
sir.
consultant you're speaking of?
Yeah, who's the consultant?
Mr. Chestnut.
He's not a consultant.
He's not,
He's
he's
just
a member of the
PERC.
PERC review board.
Financial analyst for the PERC is the
No,
member.
he's just a
It's
member
not-
of PERC.
Doesn't say that.
I understand. If I could interrupt.
Please.
Rob Chestnut is a Lawrence citizen appointed to the Public Incentive Review Committee. And on that group, we have we have one spot for a financial analyst within the community. And that's Rob has a lifetime of financial analysis work in any number of different fields. He is not the staff person for PERC. When it says financial analyst for the PERC, I think it probably would have been better to say PERC member financial analyst position.
Well, I'm glad you clarified that, because even though he's not a paid consultant, I hope you pay attention to his comments, because I think he had some very, very important concerns to raise about this project. And when I learned from one of the previous speakers, and that was my motivation for standing up tonight, that there was 3-3-1 vote. What was the vote for? Was it to grant these benefits?
No, it's,
What was the vote about?
it's a hearing that is to look at the financial information and make a recommendation to this body based on their understanding of the
Recommendation to
review.
do what?
Either, well, in this case, it was a 3-3 tie, so there wasn't, it was. no
What was the recommendation on the table that was voted on?
This item, item number 4, resolution number 7014, which is the
That's
issuance of
correct.
$40
So
million
you're-
in IRBs.
That's right. So all I want to do is confirm that your advisory body failed to make a recommendation.
That's correct.
There is no recommendation to proceed.
That's correct.
Part of the reason is not the entire member body were there either. We were missing a member.
Well, maybe you can assume how they would have voted. I'm not in any
Well,
position to
in
do
answer
that.
to your question, there were 6 people who voted. It was 3-3. Brad Burnside, myself, and Mike Dever voted in favor of it. Boog Heiberger,
Mike
Rob
Gahn.
Chestnut, and Mike Gahn voted against it.
Okay.
And that's all public record, sir. It's all in the
No, I
minutes.
understand. I'm
Okay.
not here to,
Okay.
believe me, I'm not suggesting.
There was one
or
member that
implying.
abstained.
And there was
also.
one member that abstained because of a conflict of interest.
You understand that we just learned about this. It just happened a few hours ago.
That's correct.
And we haven't had a newspaper report available to us yet to tell us what went on.
Good.
So I'm having to ask these questions.
Yeah, I'm glad you did, so that we can get it
Well,
out there.
Then I would simply say that the results of that vote probably reflect the general public opinion about this project across the board. There is a lot unknown about this. It seems like every time it's discussed here, new information is provided at the 11th hour, and not always complete. And I believe the community is really concerned that this cake hasn't been in the oven long enough. Now, I'm a bad cook, and I've taken cakes out too soon a lot of times and watched them collapse. And I would urge you to make sure you keep this cake in the oven long enough that it's finished. And I don't think you have.
Next speaker, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Kurt Peterson. For those of you that weren't at PERC, you didn't have to suffer through the frog in my throat that set in this afternoon, so I apologize to all those listening. But again, Kurt Peterson with the Polson Sugar Law Firm, here for the developer Bliss Sports. To make a few comments, Mr. Mayor. One, in terms of the cake, just to be clear, I know you know this, Mr. Mayor, as do others sitting at the dais, that this cake has been baking for possibly approximately a year, so this is not something that either the developer, that KU, that the endowment, that the city, anybody has rushed into. But getting to the content of why I'm spending several minutes before you. First, I came before you on behalf of Bliss Sports recently to ask for your support for a sales tax exemption for the stadium part of the project, which this body granted. And we said we'd be back soon to ask for the second half of the IRBs, which is property tax abatement for 10 years on this property. You heard the context from Ms. Stoddard earlier, which is KU, if they were doing this on their own, like they do with most of the facilities, they would get both sales tax exemption and they would get property tax abatement forever. The reason we're in this situation is because my client, the developer, has stepped in to meet a need in this community, and specifically for KU Athletics, where they could not find a way to, one, get the project down to a cost they could afford, and two, find a way to finance it. They couldn't go out at this magnitude and issue bonds and get it done. So both cost and ability to finance it, get the money there at the right time. No one could figure out how to do it. They needed to meet Title IX. This has been a goal for many, 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 many years of the university. And as my client stepped up and said he was able to do this, it was a great match. And KU Athletics is thrilled, as is my client, that we can bring this project before this body. But the problem is, due to state law, because the developer is involved meeting those two needs, you don't get the automatic sales tax exemption. You don't get the automatic tax abatement, which is the only reason we're before this body tonight, is to ask the city's assistants to kind of take what usually is automatic, but for these different facts, and put those same benefits into effect for the university for their use of this property. At PERC, there was a good reminder that was made. Somebody said, well, why is the developer in this situation? Why are they inserted into the middle of this that causes us to have this conversation? And again, it's because the KU Athletics, having this desire and goal for some time, had no way to get it done until the developer stepped in. That is what makes this whole project work. That's why we're here tonight. Really, if I had to distill down what it was, probably an hour and a half or so of really, really good substantive conversation at PERC this afternoon. Mr. Chestnut's questions, his comments were excellent. But if it comes down to one question he asked, he said, it was really a statement, it wasn't a question in his memorandum. It said, this is a money loser for the city, this benefit that's being asked of tonight. And I think for those that listen to that committee hearing would say that it absolutely is not. If you look at a model that's used for industrial projects, that's very specific, it only looks at taxes in, taxes out. It doesn't look at the entire picture, or what I think Ms. Stoddard called the indirect benefits. You might come to a different conclusion, but that wouldn't be looking at the big picture. For example, we talked at length today at the committee hearing about some of the events that will come here forever, for decades and decades. For instance, we talked about AAU track meet that we would expect to come every handful of years. We're talking 17,000 athletes, family and friends, room nights, food for 2 weeks straight. Some have likened it to having a home football game here at the university for 2 weeks straight. I could go on and on with Big 12 tournaments for all 3 sports that will be located here, other AAU tournaments, Special Olympics, high school championships, all these things that will create huge economic benefits. The property values around this site will go up. There's going to be a benefit to taxing jurisdictions to the city. So in closing, this is a huge, huge opportunity, as I know you know, for the city and for all the taxing jurisdictions. And I'd say let's not lose the forest for the trees. This property has a tax bill right now of $125. The city is not giving up taxes on $40 million of improvements. There's nothing there. There's no prospects for anything like this. I'd ask this governing body tonight to again support what would normally be automatic, but we're asking them to step in this situation for these special circumstances for this extraordinary project.
Thank you.
Mayor, can I ask a question?
Question?
Mr. Peterson?
Sir.
If, at the end of the 10-year abatement period, who's responsible for the taxes on this property if there is no extension of abatement or something granted by the state?
Kansas Athletics.
Kansas Athletics, okay. And then, that's it? Okay. Just trying to see who's paying the bills. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Laura Ruth. I'm here this evening speaking as an individual citizen and taxpayer in regard to the abatement incentive request. A number of troubling questions were raised today by Rob Chestnut in regard to the city's cost-benefit analysis for the incentives that are being offered to what is essentially a private entity, RCP and Bliss Sports. I share Rob's concern, and I applaud the 3 dissenting votes on the perk. I think we, the citizens in the city, may lose money on this deal. I also think that the projected revenues are optimistic and speculative. If you vote to proceed, you are setting a dangerous precedent to assume extraneous factors in an incentive analysis at the last minute, okay? I know we really all want to believe there's going to be a lot of economic benefit. There may very well be, but that's not what the model prompts us to look at. Some of the questions that have been raised about RCP's proposed incentives are eerily similar to questions raised previously about the 9th and New Hampshire hotel project. That in and of itself is really disturbing to me. Each time the city proceeds with a project where there are unanswered questions or discrepancies related to incentives, you lessen public trust. There is not consensus on this project. Proceeding tonight, in my opinion, will damage public faith in the city's economic development activities. If the city doesn't clearly resolve the questions that have been asked before proceeding, I fear that the taxpayers' patience with incentives will be further degraded. So let me add my voice to the myriad citizens who have asked you not to proceed. We have concerns. We have questions. We think that this may be a terribly risky deal and one that the city is not getting the better end of. Please postpone this decision. I think it is time to stop, reorient, and further apply scrutiny to the incentives requested for the RCP project. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Last chance. Any other comments? Entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
Moved Carter, second Cromwell. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Carries 5-0 to close the public hearing. Okay, back to the city commission. Well, there's just a couple things to keep in mind here, and I know they've been stated, but let's take it again. I got an email today said, it's okay as long as you say it in exact English. So I'm going to say it in exact English. The KU looked at the area at Cassold and 15th Street, or Bob Billings and Cassold, on the corner across from the Douglas County Bank. They wanted to put it there. First of all, they wanted to put it down at 23rd in Iowa, or Clinton Parkway in Iowa. But KU wants to maintain that area for research and additional buildings they're going to build for research. So the only other area they had was at the corner of Cassold and Bob Billings Way. And they analyzed that, and they did engineering on it, and it became far too expensive for them to build there because of the steep hill, and everything would have to be terraced because you're dealing with 3 different sports arenas that have to be on flat ground. So they really wanted to put it there, and they tried, but because of the geography of the area, it just wouldn't work. If it had gone there, we would, and they were going to build it, we wouldn't even have this hearing tonight because it would be KU building on a KU property, be tax exempt. So I mean, that's point number one, is it's because there's a change in the way they're financing it and building it, it has to go through this process. So I think that's important to keep in mind. You know, if you're, if KU was actually doing it themselves, they wouldn't even have to ask for this request. Second point is that I don't know, everyone's presupposing that in year 11, there's going to be some magic legislation that's going to create a tax-free situation for Bliss Sports or for KU Athletics, I guess, because the tax is going to go away. I don't think that's a given at all. In fact, the way we're going, it could be far from it. So I'm not quite sure. But you know, all these what-ifs create uncertainty, and everybody says there's so much uncertainty. Well, people keep throwing what-ifs at you, and you can what-if this thing to death. So, I mean, you know, I think those are a couple things to keep in mind. Do you have?
Yeah, I agree with that. This is a situation where we have Rob Chestnut, a former commissioner here, who is a member of our board, who is a financial analyst, who literally, with 1 day prior to our meeting, submitted some information to us, and we had to digest it on a pretty quick basis. So people, we all agree that we've had this information in our hands for almost 2 weeks, and this was the first I heard of any objections from Mr. Chestnut about the financial situation. In fact, I had a personal conversation with him about that previously, and he never shared those questions with me. So being a commissioner and a member of PERC, I felt like, for me, I would have liked to have had that information a day before our meeting, but unfortunately I got that a day before the meeting. And so I analyzed this data specifically in light of the fact that I respect Rob's opinion. I served with him for 4 years, and I think it's important that we weigh that information, and it's a matter of public record. As Bob stated, I think this is an unusual situation, and it does create a lot of questions. But I don't think that there's any way that we can run this model with the assumption that the tax will be abated again, because it's this property, these improvements can only seek a 10-year tax abatement, and our model presumes that subsequent to the 10th year, we will start receiving benefits from these constructions. If it doesn't happen, it'll be an act of state legislator, not ours. So I think it's really clear to us that our model, even with putting this unusual project into a more industrial-based model, still yields a positive potential for the city as far as a net economic impact. I think that's a pretty good test. By presupposing failure, in other words, that there would be additional tax abatement in the future, this model can't handle that. So we only can deal with the numbers that were provided. And I think Bob underscored the fact that the University of Kansas needs these facilities in order to compete in the Big 12, in order to alleviate some of the Title IX lawsuits that are out there right now, and they need to settle those legal concerns immediately or seek additional repercussions. So I think there's a potential for the university, our largest employer, to be, you know, damaged by not moving forward with the construction of this project. And I think the last thing we need to say is that without the unusual financing that we're talking about here, which is requiring this hearing and this discussion, it's important for us to note that without this arrangement, these facilities couldn't be constructed. And women's softball, women's soccer, and KU track would all be looking for another home, potentially in Wyandotte County, because as we all know, there's people out there more than happy to give away land and give away tax incentives to properties and activities that bring revenue and bring people to the community. And we all want the University of Kansas to have their athletic facilities in Lawrence, Kansas. And I think one of the reasons that Bliss Sports has stepped up because they saw that need, and they understand the need to keep KU sports in Lawrence, Kansas. But bottom line is that legal impacts of not having these facilities up to date, and the net economic benefit of having these facilities in Lawrence, I think outweigh some of the negative externalities that could occur potentially in the future if this project may be able to seek some other tax abatements from the state. So in my instance, this is about, we're talking about granting a 10-year tax abatement to what I believe are essentially KU facilities during that tax abatement. And that tax abatement is for 10 years. And KU has a lease on this property for how long?
They have it for 30 years with a couple of 10-year renewals.
So I can't envision any other land use at these facilities other than KU related. So for me, this, you know, this was easier to understand and a lot less complicated because of some of the basic needs of our community and the basic needs of University of Kansas.
Mayor, since I wasn't at the PERC meeting this afternoon, I've got a question of Mayor, you and Vice Mayor, whoever can help me with this. You know, I still believe that this is a private development. You know, there is a private development. There is, if I understand
That's why
right,
we're here.
there could be extra land that could be used, but it's not part, you know, the $40 million in IRBs is not part or can't be used on those specific
correct.
pieces of property. Here again, this being a private development and 100% tax abatement requested, I appreciate your comment that if the university was to do it on their land and Kansas Athletics do it on their land, they would automatically enjoy, you know, 100%, you know, property tax free. How do you, as we look at this project compared to other requests that may come forward in the future, making a request for tax abatement, our policy, was there any thought given to a policy change or the justification of the 100% abatement here over, you know, a future application by another private development that may come along, not having to do with, you know, athletics or anything like that? I want to remain consistent with, you know, consideration of abatements. Are we going to consider 100% abatements from this time forward? You know, those
We
kind
did not have that discussion today, and I think we relied on the fact that because it was a KU enterprise, a KU function, they would be eligible if they were doing it themselves, that was an appropriate request. And that was the basis of the discussion today.
Okay. And I don't want to play, you know, what if, but one of the statements in Mr. Chestnut's evaluation of this, and it talks about during the initial tax abatement period, talks about potentially, you know, whether or not that could happen or not, the transfer of the property from Bliss Sports to Kansas Athletics as something that, you know, might happen, could happen, whatever. Who's responsible for the industrial revenue bond if something like that were to happen?
Well, we can ask Mr. Wells, bond counsel with Gilmore and Bell to respond to that, but I think we want to reiterate that under no circumstances does the city have any financial responsibility under industrial revenue bond financing, and Kim Wells, partner with Gilmore and Bell, can speak to that and then also talk to the transfer issue.
Right, I mean, that's the first issue. They're truly revenue bonds in the sense that when the city, if the city would ever issue sewer revenue bonds, just as an example, someone couldn't sue to have general taxes paid for those bonds. These were even more restrictive. The only obligor on the bonds is the private entity, and ultimately it's going to be passed through to KU Athletics, I think, is responsible for paying the bonds. I don't know if the structure has been actually decided, whether they're going to place this with a bank. It may be that it's an internal bond that's a take-back bond by the developer, or probably not by the developer, by KU Athletics or the Endowment Association. But there'd be no responsibility under any circumstance of any other city resources to pay back the bonds.
Is that answering your question, Commissioner?
Other
Thanks,
questions of the bond counsel?
No, sir.
Thank you. Garrett?
I want to restrict my comments to the items that we've got here, which is talking about the tax abatement for the KU property, and that's what we need to try to do here. When arguments are made and stretched in order to go against something, you know, I really just wish people would say what they really mean, and that's that, you know, hey, I don't like this particular project, and I think that's perfectly valid to have an argument. You know, you have an opinion on that, and that's fine. When PERC is asked to analyze this, PERC is, you know, it's a very specific set of criteria that are used in order to pit the amount of tax savings that a community is foregoing by not having that tax collected by, and the only thing that they're allowed to factor in is jobs created and direct expenses, you know, on site. And it's, you know, it works really well when you're talking about a new manufacturing facility somewhere. This is the sort of, you know, analysis that's why we developed the PERC analysis. That's why we do this. To then, you know, try to wedge this. You want to get that? All right. You know, to try to wedge this project into that same analysis is just, you know, it's almost as ludicrous as trying to say, you know, what would KU, you know, why have KU, you know, tax exempt? You know, it's definitely going to be, you know, a loss for the community to have KU come into to Lawrence, Kansas, or to have a new VOTEC school. You know, we've all talked about that. So VOTEC school wants to do a tax abatement. We're going to look at direct jobs and such. There's all kinds of other ancillary benefits that a community enjoys. And to take that away from this analysis, and then, you know, by stretching this, what happened further with the analysis of Rob is he took the PERC analysis and he took it one step further, again, ignoring even more. And, you know, quite frankly, I'm sorry, it just doesn't fly. It's not the right analysis. It's not the right tool to be looking at this particular tax abatement in at all. You know, when we're looking at this, we're either going to, you know, we're going to have to understand the limitations of the analysis that we're doing, realize that, you know, amazingly enough, even when confronted with the actual expenses that we're talking about, that jobs created and such, that, you know, following the PERC, you know, PERC protocols, we're still at a pretty decent number here. That kind of amazes me. I fully expected this to be blown out of the water by that analysis, because this is not the right tool to use. You know, I think you have to, you know, take a step back, take this information, weigh it with what we're trying to accomplish, and, you know, if you're either going to take this analysis as it stands, or you're going to throw in everything else that goes along with it. And I think that's, you know, your choice is to do one of the other two. And you know, the analysis that Rob did does not, you know, does not do that. And so, you know, I mean, I found it interesting. I always find the analysis interesting. I just don't find it germane to the task at hand. So, you know, when looking at this on cost-benefit analysis here of the IRBs and the tax incentives here, no, it's time to move. I think it clearly shows that we should move forward with it.
You?
Yeah, I agree. Mayor, I thought your comments were excellent. It really, and we all do a lot of commenting, and I think sometimes it's as simple as how you put it initially. And Mike, I think you made great points as well. And I'll be more brief, but it is a very unique project. So the PERC analysis was beneficial to have some further discussion of certain elements and how they could be impacting the economy, jobs, and whatnot. But it does exclude huge intangibles, and it does come down to if we look at KU as and the fact that entire campus is exempt of property taxes, I don't think we look at that as a big loss, because the impact of having that campus here and what KU and KU Athletics means to this community is enormous, and their expanding that footprint is enormous, is a huge investment and a huge benefit to this community. And to even think that we would consider not allowing them a tax abatement on this project, because in this case, in order to get this sizable investment done in our community, they had to go about bringing in a private developer to help with financing, is, to me, it seems like it's awfully simple. But I think Aaron pointed out something, that's true. There's been a lot of tendentious reporting on this project, and there continue to be naysayers out there. And unfortunately, we had at least one gentleman refer to waiting to get his report in the newspaper tomorrow to know what happened. But we got to know that if that's your only source of information, the newspaper has only so many column inches and chooses, to use those as they see fit. And it's been a very tendentious report on this project so far. And I apologize to those out there who feel like we're not listening to their concerns, but my concern is that far too many rely only on the Journal World for their information. And if I relied only on the Journal World for my information, we wouldn't be talking about this at this point. I would have, voted, or I don't think any of us would vote for this project. But we have a lot of information. We have all the information, not one view. And so I think if you have all the information and you take some of these other comments out that are really opinions, it really does come down to, are we okay with the University of Kansas expanding their footprint and making a 20, whatever you want to call it, $25 to $40 million investment in this community? Absolutely. And I think it's a pretty easy decision to grant the IRBs. So,
Mayor, one last question. Thank you for giving me the time. I will say one thing. I'm very supportive of my friend Rob Chestnut, as we all are. I think Rob did a very good job of taking his time to do his analysis of this project and the requests that they had before them in PERC. And I will applaud anybody and pat them on the back for the work that they've done, as any of us would. And I think that we need to say that. As my concern here is it has to do, this is a private development. We have a request for 100% tax abatement. We do need to understand that if something happens in the future, somebody comes forward with another one, we're going to have to look at that in consideration and need to understand that. There is a lot of information that's been provided, a lot of good information by a great number of people. But here again, I want it understood. I appreciate the work that former Commissioner Chestnut, did in the work of the analysis that he brought forward. My concern is as we look to the future and we have additional, requests of this body on industrial revenue bonds, 100% abatements, I guess, are on the table now.
That's not right.
It is absolutely right.
I totally disagree with that comment.
Well, Mayor, fair enough.
Well, I mean, that's two different opinions, but
That's it.
Well, yeah, and I'll just say that two things. We have an award-winning municipal website that has won awards for transparency, creating documentation and tons of information. Anybody who wants anything to do with this project or any other, you can click on our website and get any amount of information you want. In fact, I'm sure the Lawrence Journal World uses it as an excellent tool for gleaning information to put in a report. So I want to further this, that there's been high levels of transparency recognized by outsiders in our government, in our city's website. And I think there's a ton of information out there. Second, there's only 3 active tax abatements on our rolls right now. Is that right?
Vice Mayor, we have 3 active property tax abatements, Prosoco, Lamar Garage Door Group, and Grandstand. Those are the 3 that I know of. We have one active TIF project where property taxes are rebated back, not the,
Right.
they paid the original amount and all that. And we've then obviously got another TIF project at 9th in New Hampshire that's underway. And then we have some Neighborhood Revitalization Act projects where we rebate property taxes.
Right.
But in regards to property tax abatements, we only have 3.
Yeah, so it's not been open season on us yet, and unfortunately, we haven't had the opportunity to welcome major manufacturing facilities in our community. We haven't been able to exercise our perk board. In fact, I think the last time we met was in July of last year. So it's not a real busy time for people to be asking for these types of incentives. But I respect Commissioner Amix is saying we do not want to set a precedent for 100% tax abatement. That's why I want to, go on record saying that the only reason I'm considering any abatement of this nature is because it's for the University of Kansas, one of the best employers in our community, and what I believe to be an anchor for the growth and the future of this community. And any other person or parties or companies that would come forward to ask for this type of abatement would need to understand that this level of scrutiny is very high, and you can count in the thousands of jobs that they provide to our community. And only under those circumstances would I ever consider 100% tax abatement if someone's going to bring thousands of jobs to this community. Then I, for one, would welcome them here.
And Vice Mayor, I appreciate that, and I appreciate your comments, and Mayor, we may respectfully disagree on something at this point, but, I just want it said that, this is a private deal that's coming forward, and we're considering something that we haven't done in the past, and that is 100% abatement. So I just want to bring that forward.
Understood.
Well, and as I said in my opening statement, I'm not going to belabor this. I think a person can clearly delineate this particular application from your garden variety, run-of-the-mill, factory type of applications. This is something that would happen if they were on their own property or if they were doing it themselves without a developer. So, I mean, I think there's clear delineation between these examples, and I don't think we're going to get stuck with being held up for 100% tax abatement from other people. I certainly wouldn't be inclined to support that. But anyway, be that what it is. Anybody else?
No, sir.
I'd entertain a motion at this time.
Let's see, what,
Commissioners, I think what we would recommend, if you proceed, is with Resolution 7014 with the amended language. That's the amended language that limits the use of the proceeds to track and field stadium, softball stadium, soccer stadium, and related improvements as the project. That's what we believe that further clarifies that. We believe that was the intent all along. That further refines that.
So moved.
Moved by Carter to approve resolution number 7014 with the amended language.
Second.
Carter, Dever, first, second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Carries 4-1. Okay, thanks, everyone. Next item on the agenda, we're going to take one more item, then we're going to take a break. Item number, consider ordinance, second and final reading of ordinance number 8842, authorizing the development agreement and authorizing the reimbursement of city fees related to Rock Chalk Park, and ordinance number 8844, a main traffic way ordinance designating streets to be improved, constructed as main traffic ways related to Rock Chalk Park. Staff?
Mayor and Commissioners, this is the website that does have quite a bit of information in regards to the project. 2 weeks ago, you adopted on first reading, ordinance 8842 and 8844. You directed that we place those on for second reading this evening, and we have that. as part of the project, but only to be executed if the city commission accepts the bid on the recreation center and proceeds with the property acquisition, which you are not doing this evening. You are signing a development agreement that commits us to proceed to that point, but you are not closing on the property, you're not accepting the bids. We've also put in the mutual access and trail maintenance agreements, and there's a summary of that Gary Anderson with Gilmore and Bell put together. I think it's rather self-explanatory as the different options. It really follows through on the KU Endowment Association letter of last year as to the different responsibilities. KU Athletics is going to do the general landscape work on the property and do the general maintenance. And then you see all the other different responsibilities there. The city's providing water for those facilities there as well, which is in keeping with what we hope will be an attractive park-like setting. I would point out that in the business pro forma for the operation of the recreation center, we did have landscaping staff that the city would pay to hire and to operate. As we get into the project, we're obviously going to have some levels of responsibility on some of our property when we're actually fixing things, as you see that. Not so sure that we're going to be actually having to fix things the first few years. Obviously, as it gets wear and tear and deterioration, we'll have to go in and fix things. So we may be able to save a little bit of money on our operating expenses because we won't have to hire somebody from the first day to go out and mow. But we do have a number of different responsibilities. It seemed to make sense that because we're going to be the primary users of the facility during the winter months, that we would be responsible for snow plowing. Parks and Rec does a good job in regards to that. We'll be the primary beneficiaries of that. They're not going to be having soccer games, softball games, track and field events in January, February when we're going to be getting, or more likely to get the snowfall. We're going to be having the indoor events. So that's how that was set out. You're not approving those agreements this evening. You'll see those probably in a month to 6 weeks once we would have bid the project and you would be in a position to consider accepting the bids. But we wanted you to see those agreements. Again, it follows through with the general understanding of what we have been setting out for the project. Be happy to respond to any questions or comments that you have on any of this.
Questions?
Just one on parking revenues. When we talk about, that's still one of the outstanding issues to wrap up. I mean, we talk about it being agreed among the parties, disposition of those funds. I mean,
right. The likelihood of having events out there that will need to kind of meter out parking is probably pretty thin. It's not likely that it's going to be an indoor event. We're going to have 1,400 parking spaces. We think that that's going to go a long way toward meeting all of our indoor parking needs, both for the daily recreation and the tournaments that we'll hope to be able to have. The classes, a lot of the revenue, I think there was a comment earlier about where the revenue is going to come from. There is some revenue projected, as you know, from tournaments. A lot of the revenue is from classes and leagues and things like that. A little bit of revenue from concessions. But getting back to your question, what we will have to do is do what we do with a number of situations where we've got partnerships, is we're going to have good cooperation and good calendar committee type meetings where we're going to say, when are you having Kansas relays? When are we going to have our tournaments? How can we cooperate to make sure that all works? On the big surge events, they may want to charge for parking. I kind of doubt that the city would ever want to charge for parking, but certainly a possibility sometime in the future. If that is the case, they have to get our permission, and then we have to talk about the disposition of any revenue. One of the clear things that we set out in the agreements is an understanding that even when they have their big surge events, they have Kansas relays, we're going to have to probably save some parking spaces near the recreation center for that use of exercise and any of the type of games. We won't plan a tournament for that same weekend, but we'll probably have it, sometime later. So I think we've got a good opportunity to cooperate with them on this, and we're going to work to achieve that. We've had good success in cooperating at the indoor swimming pool and who gets to use that. Every once in a while, you all have had to referee that between two competing private groups on swimming teams, but you haven't had to referee between us and the school district.
Right.
We seem to be able to work well on all of that. But I think we've got the right structure in place to manage that.
Yeah, thanks. I don't see us doing a lot, the city doing, charging for parking and doing much revenues, and you touched on it. Just, the question was really about when they have a surge for a big event, and if they choose to charge for parking, and we're not we still have access to, the citizens still have access to the rec center as well, and those spots aren't all used up for revenue-generated parking for something else. And you answered the question that's not going to be the case. We'll work that out. I'm going to need all the details finalized, but I just think that's a question that's come up, and it's important for people to know that we'll have parking for the rec center, and you won't have to pay to park to come to use our rec center.
Any other comments or questions? Entertain a motion at this time.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Did you want to say something?
Well, yeah, I didn't know if there was public comment on this item or not, or if we ran them both together, but anyway.
Sorry.
All of that said,
Well, let me call for public comment then, since we didn't. Is there any public comment on this item?
I'm going to take this opportunity, unless you cut me off, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to be very brief, but I was admonished, I think, by a couple of members of the commission because I was critical of the lack of information that was provided. It seems to me that you had trouble getting copies of the operating agreements from the other parties and insisted upon getting them in your hands before this body would act on them. The general members of the community never had, up until that time, any idea what was in those documents. And the only information we got basically was from the newspaper article after you had your commission meeting. In terms of...
We posted all those online, sir.
Yeah, after the fact. To say that the public's been well informed, I'd like to know what information has publicly been provided by the Endowment Association. What have they said publicly? What have they provided to the public about their role in this and how the arrangements exist? What has the Athletic Corporation published and provided? Basically, the public is getting its information in this room and from the proceedings of one of the so-called three public-private partners. It has not been a transparent situation. The project itself changed characters 3 times in that 1 year that it was in the oven. And you don't take a cake out when it's 1/3 done and change the batter and put it back in. But we've done that 3 times on this project. So I can accept your admonition, but I reject it in the sense that I, speaking as a member of the public who went to a lot of trouble to try to watch this project and understand it, got very, very little information until it was after the fact, including today, when you just took action on an issue based on a decision that was made by an advisory board that didn't make a decision a few hours ago, and you proceeded without. And I'm probably one of very few people in the city that knew in advance that had even happened, because I had the opportunity to get a copy of it on my cell phone when I was stopped in a restaurant. So you haven't gone out of your way to make this easy to get information about this project. I hope you understand that I'm not the only one that feels that way.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Leslie Soden. I've spent lots of time in the last month filling out City Commission candidate questionnaires, and most of them have the same two questions. What are the core services of a city, and what are the budget priorities of a city? Thinking about those two questions in a big picture way has only served to reinforce my belief that $25 million is not only way too much money for a want and not a need, but that it should not even be such a big budget priority for the city. Yesterday, I went back through the materials for the October 2011 study session, and something caught my eye. Parks and Rec was looking at charging memberships to boost revenue for the new rec center. I don't believe we should charge gym memberships for our current rec facilities today, and billing taxpayers again in order to use a public building that was built with public money is not a precedent I'm interested in setting. I've printed out the 57-page development agreement posted by the city, and I'm looking forward to reading through it. What concerns me, though, is that perhaps the public and the city commissioners need time to look through it as well before voting tonight. $25 million goes well beyond providing basic recreational needs for our community, so I don't feel the city should move forward with the development agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Point out that we delayed this second reading an additional week, so they give 2 weeks for anyone who cared to read those agreements that were online. And I think we did well by ourselves to give people 2 weeks to read that stuff. So next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Laura Ruth. I've taken the liberty of bifurcating my comments this evening, talked about the incentives. Now I have some questions about the development agreement. Again, speaking as an individual citizen and taxpayer. As I read it, you all are being asked to move forward tonight with a 30-year agreement that the city will provide snow removal for the entire RCP complex at taxpayer expense. Is that correct? That's my first question. My second question is, if I may ask, how much is that going to cost? The second question is that you are being asked to move forward with a 30-year agreement to provide, I think, 50% of the cost of maintenance and repair to right-of-ways, roads, and sidewalks. How much is that going to cost? And then finally, you're being asked to move forward with a 30-year agreement to provide 50% of the cost of any needed trail repair or maintenance as I read the agreement. And I don't see anywhere in there how much we're estimating that's going to cost. I did not understand the part of the agreement related to trash, repaving, and curb repair. It's not really clear to me who's paying for what. I think some of these agreements are going to come back before y'all here in a few weeks, so I would just ask that before you vote to approve them, that we actually have some dollar amounts attached to the agreements. Thanks.
Thank you. Other comments?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Stanley Rasmussen. 2 weeks ago when you considered this, I complimented you all and said that I thought it was a visionary project. And tonight I just want to make a few comments about leadership. You all have been elected to serve as leaders in our community, and leadership requires courage. And courage in the face of being bullied by the newspaper, and courage to weed out the naysayers and listen to everyone in the community, and not just the people who want to say no to development. There are a lot of people in this community that support this project. A lot of my friends that I talk to are very excited about it. And with your leadership tonight, I think that you'll support this project. So I want to encourage you to do that. I compliment you on this once again, and I would encourage you to go forward and exercise your leadership. Thanks.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Jana Dawson, and I am a member of the Parks and Recreation Advisory Board. And I just want to reiterate with the group, I think I brought my lovely yellow folder with me last time I was here, and reiterate with the group, 75% of what is in this 2-inch thick binder is available on the city's website for everyone else to evaluate. The other 25% of what's in here is research that I've taken the initiative to look at. We've shared amongst the advisory board members. We've done a lot of due diligence on this project, and it has been a very transparent project, and I appreciate your willingness to look through all of these documents, weigh all the different options that are out there, and come to a decision this evening. Are there costs associated with this project? Absolutely. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, you've got to spend a little money to make a little money, and that's absolutely what we have here. We believe that through all the different cost-benefit analysis models that we've run, the benefits far outweigh the costs, and we just urge you to move forward with consideration of the project this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Commissioners. Kevin Louse, Parks and Rec Board member. Just want to emphasize for the rest of the public that this definitely has not been a short process. I've been on the board for 6 years, and we've been talking about it ever since day one on the board, and it preceded me too. The other thing, just to mention something a little bit new again, because I've spoke up here so many times on this, is that somehow I ended up with a Wyandotte County paper pamphlet at my house this week, and I was reading through it, and I didn't know what that 9-story building was that they built there, and it's the Cerner Corporation. I guess they have plans to build a second tower there. And I'm not comparing this in any way to that retail development, but it just floors me that when you think back to where that started, it was with the racetrack, obviously, and then Nebraska Furniture Mart and Cabela's, that the vision, the leadership, everything expressed there, and now they're going beyond retail and recreation athletics. They've got a corporation and a big corporation that's anchoring there out of Kansas City, and that's phenomenal to me. And when I look at this, I think it has that potential 15, 20 years down the road for at least Lawrence and the scale of Lawrence to represent something very similar to that. And I don't know when we'll get another opportunity to do something like that for Lawrence. So, to see that first tower go up and understand they're building a second one, and there's just going to be more coming after that, it blows me away. So thank you for your courage and leadership to make it happen.
Thank you. Is there any other comments?
Dan Dannenberg, 2702 University Drive. There is a matter of trust involved in this project. We're dealing with Kansas Athletics, who not too many years ago was involved in a $2 million ticket fraud. And how much of that money has been recouped? We know that people are currently being housed at the expense of the federal government. If I recall correctly, Kansas Athletics is paying 2 men a total of $10 million not to coach football at the University of Kansas. That's $12 million. Do we want to get involved in some kind of project without exact and detailed oversight as to what's going on? We had a city commission here not too long ago who was willing to punt the city's competitive bid process in order to be involved in this. That doesn't build trust. There's just too much going on here. And we have a corporation that's evidently, I don't know what it is, Bliss LLC or whatever. I can't keep track of the alphabet soup. We had a question regarding Varsity House as to whether or not the individual responsible for that acted properly and did his due diligence with respect to the city. So we have a lot of questions here that are involving the integrity of the project, and I think we need to be careful how we proceed down the path. As I think somebody said earlier in a previous meeting, we're spending too much time on the path. We need to get to the deal. Well, we better watch the path, and we better trod pretty carefully, because we don't know what minds are out there on the path with the kind of alphabet soup and this and that and whatnot. For the average person to read the documents and really understand, I'm not smart enough. I can't read those documents and know what's going on. It's just beyond me. And we need a city commission that looks at it from the perspective of the entire community, not just a few people. And I don't like the fact that the advisory board representatives are coming forward and saying this is the project. We do need recreational space, but do we need it this way? And for advisory board commissioner members, I don't know what their role is, but to be advocates for a project like this, I'm just not comfortable with that. Thank you.
Thank you. Their job is to advise the Lawrence City Commission about recreational park needs. Next speaker, please. Any other speakers? Okay, back to the City Commission.
We had some questions. Snow removal costs, if you may. I think it's hard to extrapolate that given the fact that we
Hard to
have.
estimate. We would be responsible for that. We would probably start at the area of greatest need as far as its use, and then as we have opportunity during operations, get to the rest of the parking lot. If it's going to be needed, if the entire parking lot's going to be needed, obviously it would be more of a priority. I think I'll let the commission and the community to decide whether or not we do a good job on snow removal.
Yeah.
I think we do.
And then the other thing was the repair and maintenance, trash, things like that. I think I just want to point out from listening, that's the great part about this project is we're using high quality, long lasting materials to reduce the economic impact on the city, from my understanding. That's one of the things that really jumps out at me in this partnership is that we're talking about building things to a standard that just really doesn't exist in a lot of places. So I understand that we may not have extrapolated those costs for repair and maintenance of concrete and curbs, but I think it's important to make a note here.
But also, we're just paying 50% because we have a partner. I mean, if this was on our own, we'd be paying 100%. So, I mean, I think that's a savings right there. There's a synergy and there's a absolute advantage to having a partner in this. And
Landscaping,
that's
maintenance of all that's taken care of by the partner, if I remember correctly.
I think one of the comments, I think it was maybe from Ms. Soden, Leslie, asked about the charging for admission. We don't have any plans to charge for admission. In some of my earlier hopes of revenue, I've probably mentioned that as a possibility, but that is not part of our plans. We don't plan for that. Ernie Shaw, our Park and Rec Director, has talked about maybe having some type of loyalty card to get into the facility that would be free, with the idea that we could communicate with them. I mean, we're talking about how we communicate with the users. We think there may be some appropriateness to know who they are so that we can communicate with them. I don't know if that can work. I don't want to do anything that deters use of the facility, but we're not charging for admission. That's not in our business plan for the facility. Will we charge for classes? Absolutely. Will we charge for leagues? Absolutely. Will we get some revenue from tournaments? Yes. But we're not charging just to come in, walk the track, shoot a hoop, play badminton, hit a soccer ball. We're not charging for just that general, what I would call open play use.
Yeah, the other comment I'd like to make is that I hear people say, well, $1 million a year is a lot to run that place. Well, it is a lot. And then we say, well, we expect to have 2/3 of that generated in program fees and tournament fees. And that is a lot of money. That's $650,000 or so dollars. But that's exactly what we're doing at the pool, at the indoor pool. Our budget's $1 million a year, and we're generating 2/3 of that in program and rental fees and all kinds of ways with tournaments. So, it's not people who are projecting this are professional people on staff. They're not people who are just making a wild guess. And so, I think that with that exact example in hand, I mean, we do know what we're doing. And so we've got a history of it, and we understand what the projections are going to be. So we're doing it right now.
Yeah.
Any other comments? Mike?
Mayor, I appreciate you giving us the extra couple of weeks and the additional information that was provided. Had the opportunity to read through it. I do agree. I'm glad that there's somebody else helping pay the bills on this. I do think that we would be my opinion, and, you know, I understand, you know, the supermajority of the commission believes that this is a better plan. You know, I still believe that if we were gonna look at something, neighborhood site would probably be better for me, but that's fine. It sounds like we're gonna have a difference of opinion on this for a while, but, we'll see. I think we would've been better off, you know, and here again, this is kinda after the fact. Don't wanna get into a whole lot of that, but, you know, of setting the infrastructure, you know, that would be necessary to build our facility, bidding that. The same with, you know, the building that we're going to put up, but, you know, that's not on this project at this point, and I understand that. So I appreciate all the work that you've done, but I just think that we would have been better served to have done it like that. But yeah, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'll be the first to admit.
Well, the good thing is, on the same agenda, we just approved almost $10 million
We did.
in roads.
We
So
did.
there'll be plenty of road construction going on in the community for people to bid on.
Lots and lots.
That's right.
I think the important thing to remember with your comment, and I agree, anytime you can bid on something, and we did move this project, we moved it from a quasi-bid to a full-blown bid, and I'm proud that we were able to get to that point. With regards to the infrastructure, sure, I'd rather have us say, we've got this part here, you got that part, we'll bid ours, you build yours however you want, but there's a lot of shared, interaction in that. There's parking lots, there's roads, there's water lines, there's sewer lines, and so, you know, it's a little more difficult to try and come up with bid packages on it. And I think we've got a reasonable method of achieving true cost on it, and one that's verifiable. So I'm completely satisfied that we're going to get a decent price on that. It's going to be a fair price. Anything else? Anything else? Entertain a motion at this time to approve. Let me get the number right.
Top one, second and final reading.
Second and final reading on ordinance number 8842, authorizing the development agreement and authorizing the reimbursement of city fees related to Rock Chalk Park under ordinance number 8844. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved.
Mayor, can I make a quick comment? I'm sorry before we actually.
Sure. Moved, Dever, second, Carter. Any other discussion?
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to say, as this vote gets cast, that my hope is that, you know, naysayers and naysayers, those against as well as those for, when this project is approved to move forward, that we all understand and root for the success of this project. I hope that those who were opposed to this project, you know, are as concerned about the overall good of the community to actually hope that, in fact, they are proven wrong in the long term if we move forward. But I look forward to the day that we can look back on this with a great deal of pride, and we'll all share in that, and I appreciate and respect everybody who's had their concerns about it. But again, I hope that that everybody can now turn to at least rooting for making sure it is a success.
Any other comments? I just signed the agreement, development agreement. I give it to myself. There's two. It cost me $2.5 million. Okay, we're back from a break. Next item on the agenda is to receive a staff report related to request to consider Section 903 2.7, Condition 4 of the 2009 International Fire Code that would remove the standard that requires buildings that contain upholstered furniture to have fire suppression sprinkler systems. Staff?
Good evening, Mayor, Commission, Scott McCullough with the Planning and Development Services Department. I'm going to provide just background on this issue for you all tonight. And the Fire Chief, Jim King, is going to present a brief presentation on the specific fire code issues in play. In mid-November of last year, Mr. Terry Clark called the Planning and Development Services Office and inquired about two different locations really to establish a consignment furniture store. One was an IG zone area, and one was an area along Mass Street in the CD zoning district. The IG zoning didn't support that use, so we focused a little bit on Mass Street location, which ended up being 1040 Mass Street, the Young Press property here in 11th, Massachusetts. We provided what we thought was good information I apologize for that. Directed him to meet with our Building Safety Division to talk about any building permit issues. That has been refuted by Mr. Clark, that we provided that information, and it's important to this in terms of the process, because it wasn't until then, early January, that we had our next meeting with Mr. Clark to talk about implications for redesigning some of the front of the building and HRC implications. In that meeting, we then began exploring and discussing additional code issues such as the building code, fire code, and when we began talking about the code standard for sprinklers, Mr. Clark stated that that essentially killed that location for him. And in an attempt to keep Mr. Clark pursuing potential sites in the city, staff then, subsequent to the January 15th meeting with Mr. Clark, did have a meeting with Mayor Shum and Mr. Clark and explained that the code standards were in place to fight fires, and that we have a process to amend our codes. And then Mr. Clark agreed that we had a process for that, and I'll explain a little bit about what the code standard is. Subsequent to that, Mr. Clark still was not satisfied with that position, so we did take it upon ourselves to begin processing this amendment process to the Fire Code Board of Appeals, and then eventually to you. You have their recommendation on the issue. The issue really has to do with furniture stores that contain upholstered furniture. Prior to 2011, when the city adopted the 2009 international codes, the requirement for sprinklering spaces that contained upholstered furniture was not within our code, so there were no requirement to sprinkle those kinds of spaces. Starting in 2011 with the 09 code, anytime you had a building that contained that use type, you had to sprinkle the building. So that's the code that we're under today, and that was explained to Mr. Clark. It's also important to note that the 2012 proposed code that you have seen once and you will see again here very shortly would relax that standard slightly to where spaces, furniture stores that contain 2,500 square feet of upholstered furniture would not be required to sprinkle. Anything past that would be required to sprinkle. So I want to give you a little bit of background. Some options were presented to Mr. Clark in terms of seeking an amendment to the code to either really to go back to the pre-09 code where no sprinklers would be required, or to wait out the 2012 code and then design his project in a way that he had only 2,500 square feet of furniture with upholstered furniture space, and then the rest of his consignment store would not necessarily be sprinkled if it didn't have upholstered furniture. So I'm happy to answer questions at this point. I know it's the process. I wanted to get the process out there a little bit and then have Chief King come up and give you a little bit more on the fire code implications. Any questions there on the process?
One clarification, I think when you just said that if he went to the 2,500 square feet, then the rest of the store might not need to be sprinkled. But if he kept it at 2,500, it wouldn't need to be at all, according to...
Yes, sir. What we wanted to explore with Mr. Clark is design alternatives that would allow him a larger furniture store, but a section of that store, really two stores, if you will, designed in such a way where one store could contain upholstered furniture, the other store could contain non-upholstered furniture. And as I understand that's an option that we could have explored. His business plan, his business model that he shared with us was for about a 10,000 square foot store that would have upholstered furniture sprinkled throughout, if you would, that would be located throughout the store, and how he sets up how he markets his furniture.
Thanks.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. I have a brief presentation to just go through with you real quickly that looks at...
Could you state your name for us, please?
I'm sorry. James King, Division Chief of Prevention for Lawrence Douglas County Fire Medical Department and Fire Marshal to the city.
Thank you.
The issue before you tonight is one in which a proposed business is asking for you to amend the local code, which is the 2009 International Fire Code with local amendments as adopted by ordinance, and take it back to at least a portion of it to a provision of 2006. You'll find historically that codes and standards are based upon large-scale incidents that result in a large loss of property, oftentimes significant injuries or loss of life. Lawrence is no stranger to that type of incident occurring here. We have in 1986, the loss of Michael's Furniture Warehouse over on East 23rd Street. Many of you probably recall that business or shop there. In this particular instance, this was a close to 10,000 square foot type 2 building, not unlike the one on Massachusetts Street. It did result in the loss of the structure, the contents, and in this case was a near miss for us departmentally, in which we had a crew that became disoriented while working deep in the structure and fortunately escaped prior to heavy involvement of the structure. The 2006 International Fire Code that this individual is proposing that we go to has no requirement for sprinkling in regard to upholstered furniture. In fact, there's 3 conditions in which sprinkling would be met in a mercantile of this type. That's one that exceeds 12,000 square feet, one that's more than 3 stories above grade, or in which a mixed occupancy, the combined fire area for Group M exceeds 24,000 square feet. When we look at large-scale incidents that have impacted the fire code, we can look directly at the Super Sofa Store fire in 2007 in Charleston, South Carolina. This was a 17,000 square foot unprotected building, an exterior fire that extended to the interior that resulted in a flash fire and cost the lives of 9 firefighters. The impact on the fire code with this incident alone was the 2009 fire code set, in which a 4th condition was set, and that was all Group M occupancies that sold or displayed upholstered furniture had to be sprinkled. I'll just quickly run through a couple slides here. These are taken from a video produced by Underwriters Laboratory that shows a test burn with legacy furniture, or furniture that's comprised of natural fibers, natural fillings, natural fiber curtains and flooring, versus a modern room in which it's synthetic covered furniture with polyurethane foam, synthetic draperies, and wood or wood byproduct accessories. You can see quickly just by the pictures here that in just short of 4 minutes that this room reached flashover conditions. Very rapid fire growth, a great deal of heat output. That room reached over 1,200 degrees Fahrenheit, whereas the legacy room is still a very small growth fire that could be easily extinguished on detection. In fact, the legacy room took almost 30 minutes to reach flashover conditions. Last year, the development services in the fire department were tasked with reviewing the I-codes for adoption by the city. As we worked through that process with the Fire Code Board of Appeals in relation to the fire code, we found that Condition 4 of the Section 903 was changed, and that was that it was relaxed. In other words, there was a provision made that based on square footage, sprinkling would not be required of the building. Now, the code as written by the ICC was 5,000 square feet, but after a great deal of discussion with the Fire Code Board of Appeals, it was amended down to 2,500 square feet. The purpose behind this was to bring it in line or consistent with other portions of the fire code that dealt with upholstered furniture, and that was specifically the manufacture and storage. Both those areas within the code have a 2,500 square foot threshold. So the aim was to bring that and make it more consistent. Here's a couple slides I'll just briefly move through. And this was taken from a video produced by FM Global. It's Why Do Sprinklers Matter? You have, in this first slide, you can see 2 pieces of rack storage. They're filled with cardboard boxes that contain foam cups. Now, although that's not upholstered furniture, the energy output or the fire potential of those containers is nearly the same as a 6-foot upholstered furniture or modern furniture. You can see that once the fire is initiated, that there's rapid fire growth. This is within 45 seconds. In just under a minute, a sprinkler is activated over one set of storage racks that, as you'll see here shortly, not only contains it, but actually extinguishes that fire while the other rack storage continues to grow. The end result is you have a rack that's completely consumed, while the one that's protected by the sprinkler sustains some damage, but the content is salvageable and damage is minimized. The structure that we're looking at, or the proposed site, is 1040 Massachusetts Street. This structure at one time was a grocery store, and most recently was used as a warehouse for a local printing firm. It's type 2B construction. In this case, instead of lightweight steel, it's concrete block with exposed steel framework, and it has a bowstring truss roof assembly. It is 10,000 square feet, and exposures close to the building are utility transformers on wood structures and a very narrow alley that separates, and in this case, 17 feet from another unprotected structure. This is an aerial view. As you look from left to right, you can see the building, and that it's not clear in this photograph, but that's actually 2 truss roofs. You can see in the center, just above the arrow, that is the wood structure that contains the electrical transformers, and that alley is very narrow. You have an unprotected building adjacent to it, and there's transmission lines running down the alley. This is a quick view of from the corners. And then lastly, this is a shot of down the alley that shows adjacent structures. Also, you can note that this is an aged building. The building walls are beginning to show some signs of where there's cracks in the mortar and block work. When you look at the arch of the truss roof, it's protected by wood that's beginning to delaminate, and it's needing some repair. Mr. Mayor and the Commission, I am respectfully petitioning that you deny the request before you tonight to amend the code, the 2009 code as it's been adopted, back to the 2006 code, and that you support the existing code as we have presented and supported through this department tonight. Thank you.
Any questions? Thank you for the presentation. Is there any public comment on this item? Okay. Back to the City Commission.
Question for staff. So we're really just looking at the request of going back to the 2006 of 10,000 square feet versus sticking with 2009 of 0, not looking at the option of 2012s, or is that something we can throw out for consideration?
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
I'm sorry, when you ended the presentation, you were saying to go with your recommendation of sticking to the 2009 standard, which is any upholstered furniture is sprinkled, versus going back to 2006, which is 10,000 square feet.
That's correct.
Those are the only 2 options presented before us. Because the 2012 code is 2,500 square, or 5,000 square feet, correct?
2,500 square feet.
2,500.
Is proposed, is on the table with the 2012 adoption, yes.
And so I didn't hear that as a third option, I guess. Is it your recommendation not to adopt the current International Fire Code standard of 2,500 square feet?
No, that's not my recommendation.
Okay.
It's just in aspect of amending the 2009 back to the 2006 provisions.
Right. Thanks.
But his question is, can we look at adopting the 2012 code, which allows for 2,500 square feet?
That's why I think I was asking.
Yeah.
That might have been more of staff.
You could. That would put him in a position where he would have to build proper separations of the spaces in order to house the upholstered furniture, right, and then allow the rest of the space to be used for other uses.
Well, we're, at some point in the future, I don't know what your calendar is for these code updates, but at some point, we're going to get to that. If nothing else happened, if we didn't push this issue tonight, we would get to the 2012 code, which would be 2,500 square feet for...
That's correct.
Okay. So we're not doing anything, if we moved ahead on that, we're not doing anything we wouldn't see later on that would become, in fact, law.
Correct.
Okay.
The other thing was, I don't want to add confusion to your options, but Commissioner, you have full authority over what you want in this code. You can pick whatever number, you can pick whatever provision you want. We want to make sure that you get the benefit of staff and staff that's involved in this issue as far as their recommendations, but you've got the ability to decide whether you want to require sprinklers or no sprinklers or whatever you want to do in those situations. We'll follow your direction on this. But you're the only ones that can change the rules.
So if we pushed ahead for the 2012 variation here, that doesn't solve what he was trying to do with his furniture store, though, because he wanted to mix his upholstered furniture with the non-upholstered furniture. And it's my understanding that, from listening to you, that you have to compartmentalize off this 2,500 square feet, and that's where your sprinkler's going to be, and that's where your upholstered furniture is going to be. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
All right. So, I mean, we may enter and pass this, or look at it, and it may not solve his particular request, so just something to keep in mind. Any other questions for staff?
No, sir. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mayor, you might remember, when was the last time this building was used as a retail facility?
I'm going to guess it was 1971.
Was it when A&P was there?
Was the A&P. I was shocked at the...
Yeah, I remember going there as a kid. You know, one of the things that, you know, the chief brings up is that, you know, the building is deteriorating, and I think a lot of that has to do with the fact that it's not being used, you know, as a facility. We're allowing it, again, to kind of demolition by neglect, and I think it may be by our own code. And, you know, when you try to look at, you know, public safety in this particular case, I look at these codes and wonder, you know, how restrictive they become in the use of facilities. I mean, I don't know if there's another way of being able to do it, but is the square footage threshold going to 0 too little? If you're going to separate upholstered from non-upholstered furniture, I assume that you're talking about building firewalls and all kinds of things that have to be in there, so there's a lot of cost in that. And that building's not getting any better. So we have the ultimate authority of deciding if this building, if we went back to 0 or whatever, right, Dave?
Absolutely, Commissioner. As long as you've got reasonable regulations, you can do almost anything in this area.
Okay, you got a building that is detached from other buildings. I understand the proximity to the alley and the buildings across the way. I don't know how fire jumps, but
The one caution I would add, though, is that there is value in following the international codes, because that's what builders, developers, architects, contractors are familiar with. So as we try and craft a special rule here, we may want to keep that in mind. But you have complete authority to decide at what point you want to amend the code.
can we get in and see that building?
I think somebody's seen it. The fire department inspects that building, don't you, on a regular basis? Right. Well, you know, some of the specifics of this case are that it's only a 6-month lease. And so, and it is for a used furniture, an upscale used furniture retail store. And, I mean, I hate to see us change the code for a 6-month occupancy, could be longer, and then have to follow that same change for everybody else that comes through town that is going to be there for a number of years. And then also the underlying fact of where this particular store is problematic for other structures in the area should it catch fire. I mean, it's as it pointed out in the presentation. So I'd like to see that store used. Obviously, I'd like to see it become a viable retail outlet, but I don't know. I just don't think that we should be amending the codes just for that particular situation. I can't remember, he wasn't very, the applicant wasn't very thrilled when we said you could sprinkle 2,500 of it, but not the rest, because they wanted to mix and match their furniture. We thought that was a fairly good compromise. I think
Scott McCullough brought that up, and he didn't think, it didn't seem like the response was that positive.
I think because of the age of the building and the short-term lease, he's not prepared to spend a lot of money to design it in that fashion, like somebody who more permanently would occupy a structure would. I think that's part of it, and I think the fact that his business model had all 10,000 square feet or the size of the building, the furniture throughout the building structure.
Just one point as we're talking about, yeah, we want to have this space, this particular building utilized so that we don't have a demolition by neglect, but a 6-month lease is not going to help that in one bit. And the other thing is, we talked about there's benefit in following the fire code, but recommendation when we see it is actually an amendment of what the fire code is. It's not the rule of the fire code. The fire code would say 5,000, and the recommendation when we'll see that is actually for a lower amount, which is not following the fire code. So I mean, we do have some.
I mean, I'd be in favor of looking towards the 2012 change, because we're going to change it anyway at some point, as soon as the 2012 gets to our desk. I mean, and if we change that and we make that offering available to them, maybe it's good enough for them to work on. But since we're going to do it anyway, I don't see anything wrong with starting that right now.
Yeah, I don't either. I think I don't know what the impact would be on this current request, but just, from code standpoint, I wouldn't want to be more restrictive. I mean, all for safety and, love to eliminate risk totally, but the truth is, from a business, being business-friendly standpoint, I don't think I would want to have codes that are more stringent than the International Fire Code, and, whether or not that has any impact on this one, this case by adapting, I'd be okay with adopting the 2012 code as it's recommended tonight, or whenever. Obviously, it wouldn't be me if we waited till it came forward, but that is, am I wrong though? What is the recommendation of 2000 is?
Mr. King, could you take the podium again, please?
It's 2,500 is the local amendment.
That's the local amendment. I thought you just said 5,000.
Well,
was the actual
5,000
IFC.
is international code.
IFC for 2012 is 5,000 square feet.
As it's written by the ICC,
Okay,
it's 5,000 square feet.
okay,
But they're recommending that we do 2,500.
correct.
Are you recommending that because you wanted you mentioned consistency in other applications in the code?
That's correct. When we reviewed that section of the code, we looked at, obviously there was the manufacturing component and the storage component. And part of the review was looking at significant changes to the code, and then also the rationale or the commentary behind it, which the commentary reveals the intent, the direction, the reason behind that provision within the code. And when we reviewed that, the ICC even admits in their commentary that the figure of 5,000 square feet for the display and sale of furniture was arbitrary. There was no basis behind it. It was just a figure that they used. And so we used that in our rationale to bring consistency between the three types of occupancies, because it would not be, it would be possible to find all three working together.
Yes.
And so in an enforcement aspect, then we wanted the consistency between the three occupancy types.
But the others, 2,500 in those other applications.
That's correct.
And it's in the code, and it wasn't amended locally. That's how they came to us.
That's correct.
Okay.
When would we see this code under normal circumstances without this request in front of us? What's the calendar like on this code update?
Mayor, I don't have a date for you. We have processed, you saw the 2012 codes very recently and directed us to go back on the energy code issues. We have gone through that process. We've drafted our ordinances. They're being reviewed by staff and city attorney's office now. We hope to get those to you within weeks, within just a few weeks.
Okay, so if we wanted to make this change right now, we could just do it by simple motion. It would be
I would recommend that, and we've talked to Mr. Clark about this, we're so close now to adopting the full set of ICC 2012 codes that our recommendation would be to wait for that to come to you and adopt them as a set. to go back and do all the work to amend the 2009 codes, we'd be in the same time frame, in my opinion. So I think we're at the point where we need to wait for the 2012 to catch up.
Other questions, staff? Thank you. Well, sounds like the consensus of the commission is we're just going to wait and approve the 2012 code as soon as it gets here.
And I'm happy to share that with Mr. Clark, and he can make some decisions about how, if he wants to pursue designing to those standards with that assumption.
I think a motion to that effect.
Yeah. Is that the consensus? And if so?
So moved.
Second.
Moved Cromwell, second Carter, to wait until the 2012 fire code is before us, before we approve it. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries 5-0. Okay.
And encourage that to move along too, I think, is from the.
Okay, so next item is to consider ordinance number 8840, revising chapter 6, article 13 of the rental of dwelling units, which would expand the rental licensing program to all rented structures within the city, with certain exceptions as identified in 8840.
Mayor Commission, Scott McCullough again, to present this item to you, and I will be brief. The hour's late, and you've had the benefit of having a lot of information on the expansion of rental licensing. But in November of 2012, you did direct staff to present a program that would expand our current rental licensing program citywide, on a citywide basis. The staff memo provides you a little bit of information on what I believe to be a successful current program, some data there, number of violations that we've addressed in the community. We've provided you a lot of data on other complaint-based housing inspections that we have completed in both RS and non-RS zoning districts. Provide you information on our current plan, which I will review very quickly for you, and a host of other information that you requested in this process. Turning to the staff proposed model of expansion, we have provided to you in table format the concepts in play. We would propose that we would charge an annual license fee, first breaking up categories of rental properties in terms of the number of rental units on the premises on a specific property, so that we've categorized them between 1 and 10 units on a property, 11 and 50, and 51 plus. One of your directions was that try to propose a program model that has a reduced staffing. So that generally means we're not looking at every rental unit in the city on every year. And so what we've done is we've taken larger projects and proposed that a certain percentage of those get inspected on a 3-year cycle. The annual license fee would be $15 per unit, an inspection fee of $50 per unit, and then we provide an financial incentive schedule of 50% of an inspection fee based on the level of violations, whether they're minor or major. We provide to you and to some stakeholders in the stakeholder meeting in early January, some cost examples here. So taking into consideration the annual license fee, the inspection fee in one of 3 years of a 3-year inspection cycle gets us a total cost for the first 3 years. If we make some assumptions about rent revenue generated with all the units, and in this assumption it was $500 per unit, you can see the revenue generated, and at the worst case scenario, it was approximately 0.5% of that revenue is what it would cost them to participate in the program. As a unit becomes eligible for the incentive, of course, that just simply drops a little bit to less than 0.4%, about 0.3%. So just trying to show you a little bit of that, of those costs. We believe, again, based on some assumptions, that the cost of the program by adding the staff and the operations part would cost approximately $526,000 per year. Using that as our basis, we did attempt to build our fee schedule so that it wasn't a strain to the general budget, but it wasn't the profit center either. So we believe that, based on some assumptions, we can generate approximately $550,000 per year. One of the key points that we're proposing in our model is that we bring to you an analysis of the cost on some schedule, a 3-year schedule, for example, so that we can make adjustments similar to what we do with our building permit program today. So our plan would have us fully operational by the end of 2013, showing you what we're trying to do quarter by quarter there. And that's the general concept. Because of the hour, I will stand for questions and let you open this up for public comment, Mayor.
Questions?
Thank you.
Public comment. Darn, I was afraid we weren't going to get any. Wishful thinking.
Hello, my name is Tom Harper, and Mayor Shum, thank you for putting this on. I've been poking Mayor Shum gently via email about this for a while, so thank you. I think this is really important, and as I read over the material online on the website, this is all about to advance the health, safety, and welfare of our residents. That sounds like a pretty lofty goal. I like that. Hard to argue that one. In regards to unsafe, dangerous, hazardous conditions. I think what you directed the staff to do on a 5-0 vote in November, I think they did a good job pulling all of that together. It seems reasonable and thorough. And as Scott shared, the cost seems to be generated or paid for with fees. Gotta like that too. That doesn't happen very often. When I opened up the paper this morning, and I don't know if the paper was right, 2 of you had concerns about this tonight. And frankly, I was surprised because I walked away in November feeling sort of optimistic and hopeful that we'd get a yes vote on this tonight. So I hope the paper was incorrect. So I think this is about courage and leadership and safety. And there will be cost associated with this. People who rent properties will have to make their properties safe. I think that's a reasonable expectation. We hold that expectation up towards businesses. We just did this for the Clark Furniture Store. We set a bar, and we're not going to go below that bar. I think it's the same thing here. The single-family inspection process has been in place for several years. It's working. It's raised the bar. There's no doubt about that. And when that program was started, the intent was for it to go citywide. So this is normal. This is a natural process that has taken too long, I think, but at least we're here at this point where perhaps we could get a yes vote. And for the landlords who are opposed to this, because it's an inconvenience or because it costs too much money, I think they have a choice. They can sell. And I guarantee you, somebody else will come up and buy that property and make it better and stronger. And I think all of Lawrence benefits if that happens. So again, I ask you for your courage and your leadership to vote yes for this as it stands. And if you can't live with the way it stands now, I suggest that we keep this momentum and we start the process. We phase it in, and let's start this instead of just saying no. And I want to caution, also, I don't want this to be, the can to be kicked down the road to another set of commissioners, because I feel like we're just going to be starting over. And I'm tired of this issue. So thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Jerry Schultz. I live a few blocks east of Lawrence High School. I think there have been a couple of ordinances that have been passed over the last decade that have really contributed to the quality of life in our neighborhoods, and I'd say one of those is the noise ordinance, one of those is the limited number of unrelated people living in rental properties, and I would add the rental licensing as another policy that has contributed. I think it's a nice suite of tools that have been developed that improve and contribute to the quality of life in our neighborhoods. I don't know, and I know some are more enforceable than others, but I think they've all kind of contributed in various ways. And I can only speak to this experientially, but my sense of the quality of life in the neighborhood I live in has improved because of these policies and these ordinances. I own another house that I rent out in a part of town that is not covered by the rental licensing. And, there's really no conditions on me to keep that place up to par. Having said that, there was a house next to that particular house that was converted to, it was a house that became a multi-unit building. And, it was, at a particular time, it was, the condition in that place was horrendous. And there was really nothing that was being done about keeping that place up to speed. So 220 sockets were hanging out of the wall. So it was not only unsafe for people who were renting it, it was also almost unrentable. And so it was not very good for the neighborhood in that sense as well. So there's a number of drawbacks for not enforcing these kinds of standards on rental properties. So both for the safety of individuals, but for the quality of the neighborhood. So I think there's still gaps, and I think kind of universal application of that particular of this particular program, I think makes a lot of sense. As a landlord, I don't have a lot of properties, but the cost, I'm happy to bear that cost. I think it contributes to the quality of our housing stock and our rental units and to the quality of life overall. So I hope you consider approving it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm Betty Alderson. I currently live in an apartment at 1400 Lima Lane, but for over 54 years, I lived in a private home, and I was a part of a group that discussed the rental licensing fee, maybe even from the beginning years ago. It involved a lot of meetings with representatives from both single-family neighborhoods, and there was a good smattering of landlords involved in that. At that time, it was felt that an inspection fee was needed for the entire community, but we didn't have the staffing to do that, so we nibbled away at a smaller piece of it to see how it would work. And that has been tweaked a bit, and it was interesting to me when I said to one of the inspectors, what are we finding? Because I thought if everything's up to par, maybe this isn't necessary. But almost invariably, when they found a violation, it was a health and safety. So we were improving the quality of life for everyone who lived in this community who was renting a property, whether it was a single-family home or an apartment. I also found at that time I had people calling me from all sections of town There were some who said, oh, it's just the Orient neighborhood, or it's just University Place, or it's just around the university. That was not true, and it was not true of just units that were mainly KU students. These were rentals for every kind of a person. And there supposedly was something you could call in a complaint, but who's going to do that? That just simply doesn't work. And a lot of renters don't know that they can call a city body with a complaint, nor do they know whom to call. So there are a number of factors involved. I wish this were more stringent than it is, but I'm willing to take the pieces that we can get as we go along so that we can not have to worry every time we hear a fire engine if someone's house is burning down and they're still inside, when something could have been done, when we could have been responsible citizens and seen to it that all of our citizens, to the best of our ability, have safe housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Alderson. Any other speakers?
Dan Dannenberg, 2702 University Drive. Residential or rental residences in neighborhoods have the same effect as feral hogs do on the countryside. They destroy the quality of life. And there has been nothing said about that here tonight from the commission. It's all about, we need the safety, we need the integrity of the building and that sort of thing, but we need to think about the quality of life for the people who live in their homes, in the neighborhood, who own them and live in them. And it's time that this commission stood up at the plate and put their political cowardice, their cronyism, and maybe worse behind them, and have an effective program that puts this city on the path to civilization in its neighborhoods and not degradation, because that's what we have now. I could go in through a litany of instances in my neighborhood where it's been necessary to call the police or get code enforcement out to do something on a rental property. Not so much an owner-occupied property, but a rental property owned by someone out of the neighborhood, maybe in New York, maybe in Minneapolis, wherever. We had the instances of the apartments in the south of Lawrence. We had the instances of the trailer park in the north of Lawrence's. We had the instances of Magro. We had the instances of Brook Creek. We could go on and on. We had the instance of Orient, which is the commission's model neighborhood. I walked through it. I was appalled that we call ourselves the great progressive beacon on the hill, and yet right next to the university we have a dump, basically. And the city won't do anything about it because of their political cowardice, their cronyism, and as I say, maybe worse. Several years ago, there was a professor at KU who was a noted slumlord. And I think he was a professor of physics. And even the journal World stumbled into doing some reporting on the matter. And they finally got him to mend his ways and get safe, affordable housing for the people who are living in his properties. The other thing that's been brought up is, oh, this is too much bureaucracy. Balderdash. If we had an effective code enforcement policy and program that contributed to the quality of life in neighborhoods, we would have fewer police calls, we would have fewer code enforcement calls, we would in essence reduce the number of, quote, bureaucrats. And we could hire, I bet, former first responders to serve in these capacities, part-time maybe, even if it meant a little double dipping. And the final point I'll make is the University of Kansas should be brought into a partnership with this, since their students infest so many of the neighborhoods around this city. They should be made a partnership with the city. We always want to partner with the university. Well, let's partner with them on this. And I have other points to make, but I'll make those in writing so you can ignore those too.
Thank you. Anybody else like to tell us what they'd like for us to hear?
Yeah, my name is Bill Schulteis. I live at 4716 Clarney Circle. I was at the January 7th meeting earlier this year where the city staff presented the first read that we could see what kind of guidelines they were looking at. In the meeting, the city staff said we have 100 complaints in 2012. Well, I looked at that and I thought, man, that's great. 100 complaints. I mean, it's not great to have a complaint, but look at the numbers. 100 complaints, 18,000 rental units. Your complaints is less than 0.5%, but you want to inspect 100%. The statistics don't make sense on something like that. If I come into work and I know that my problems are only going to be 0.5% of my whole job, man, that's a great day. And I think most business owners and managers would agree to something like that. So I think it's wrong to look at 100 units as a problem, and the actual words of the city staff was 100 complaints on certain properties with certain landlords. So that tells me they have a pretty good definition of where the issue is. We don't need this broad regulation to go after these 100 complaints because they've already been made complaints. So by our current regulations, the city already has the right to go take care of those. Now since then, just recently, I heard that out of that 100 complaints, they're not all multifamily rental units. And I don't have the specifics to them, but hopefully they'll come up tonight as well. The other point is the cost. The city's going to charge out $550,000. It's going to cost them $526,000. That's one part of the cost. As a landlord that has more than one unit, I've got to hire somebody to schedule these appointments, to post notices. I've got to hire somebody to escort the inspector. Somebody's got to pull files. Somebody's got to put files back away. And I'm sure there'll be some type of reporting, whether you have no violations, minor violations, obviously major, that you'll have to respond to the city. So the cost to the consumer, and I know it's exciting to see that, hey, we've got a mechanism to get our cost here. Bottom line, at the end of the day, it always goes back to the consumer. That's our tenants. That cost is going to be 2 to 3 times what the city's going to have, or what the actual consumer is going to pay. And we always talk about wanting affordable housing. Any regulation we add, we always have to look at what's the actual cost to that housing. The other thing I hear come up a lot, and I heard this from the city staff as well, this is going to cure blight. I looked at 3 houses here in the last 6 months. They're all owner-occupied. 2 of them should have been condemned, and we can say, well, that's the owner's house. But still, if the owner has children or family members visiting, that's a safety issue. These were owner-occupied. They were not rental properties. And there was a rental property south of town that did get condemned because our system worked, because it needed to be fixed, and it's being fixed now. So what I look at is most landlords, majority of landlords, want to take care of their property, want to see their value grow, because one day they might retire and want to sell their property. They want to get maximum value. Or this rental market in Lawrence is very competitive now. 30 years ago when I started, there wasn't any competition. It was a landlord's dream. Now it's very competitive. Margins are not as high. And so you've got to make your property a good value if you want a good business model, get the loan from the bank, have good tenants in there. So it's a minority of landlords that don't take care of their property, and it sounds like the city already knows who they are. The last piece, there's already 3 laws in place that cover consumer safety. One is the Kansas Landlord and Tenant Act. Has a lot of provisions in there on how the tenant and the landlord need to take care of the properties and take care of their leases. There's mechanisms of actions in there for a tenant to complain to the landlord to make something fixed that's wrong. Same thing for the landlord to take care of a tenant that's not doing right. In Lawrence, we have that disturbing peace law, or what was called the party law. That's got pretty strict ramifications if the police come out more than once in 12 months to your property. And finally, it's complaint driven by tenants. If a tenant calls and complains to the city about my housing, the city is mandatory, has to come out and see what the complaint is so it can get resolved. So I think the regulations are there. I believe everybody has the right to have a nice, peaceful neighborhood, but we have the regulations to cover that. And we're chasing 18,000 units for a problem of less than 0.5%. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Matt Hoy. I'm an attorney and I represent the Lawrence Apartments Association. And the Lawrence Apartment Association has been involved in the city's consideration of this particular proposal for many years. And it is with due regard and respect for the commission and staff in their efforts to craft a proposal. And so we are here tonight out of respect for those efforts. However, I've got to say, I think we need to go back to the drawing board. When you look at what this proposed ordinance 8840 will generate as a result, it is treating all rental units in our city the same. It's a one-size-fit-all type of program. And I think we all know that there are different types of residential properties. And that is true when it comes to rental properties. Properties located in a single-family zoned area, formerly a single-family owner-occupied property that's been converted to a rental unit that may be decades old, that is a different property than an apartment complex that is built to code, professionally managed, inspected on a regular basis for property insurance purposes. Those are not the same, and yet this proposed ordinance would treat them the same. Over the years, the issues that have been presented to this governing body that are the most poignant to generate a response, a governmental action, are simply not the issues that you see in apartment complexes. There's no doubt that our community has problem properties. However, as the previous speaker mentioned, we do have a host of available ordinances to enforce. The time has come for vigorous enforcement. I think that that is clear. I think that's this commission's clear statement. And the Lawrence Apartment Association would like to see violators punished. There's no reason why people who violate code should not be punished vigorously. Maybe there ought to be a website that identifies violators. However, this program punishes everyone by assessing costs that are very significant and will be passed through to the residents of this community who happen to live in a home that is not an owner-occupied home. Those costs will be passed through. Now think about who the folks are that live in a residence that is not owner-occupied. Typically, those folks are at the lower income of the spectrum. This is a regressive tax. It will impact their budgets more than those folks who enjoy a larger income. And the cost estimates, as the previous speaker mentioned, don't incorporate all of the costs that the landlord, that the apartment complexes will endure and have to pass through. And finally, keep in mind that as costs increase and profits decrease, that has a direct impact on the valuation of a particular property. So if there's going to be a sale, a purchaser's going to look at that transaction, look at that property, and say, that's less valuable. I can't generate as much profit. And you're going to have a decrease in valuation for property tax purposes. There are alternatives. This is not the only...
Mr. Hoy, time's up here.
Okay. I appreciate that, Mayor. I just want to quickly mention that there are alternatives. I've written a letter I think you've all received. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. I hope you've had a chance to look at that correspondence because there are alternatives for this commission to consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Third time's the charm. Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Laura Ruth. I am speaking before you this evening on behalf of the Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods. I recognize that some folks oppose rental regulation, believing that it may result in higher housing costs for lower-income residents. This is a valid concern. But in this context, at this time, in this community, I think it's a false dichotomy. It's kind of a flawed argument. Safe housing and affordable housing are not and should not be mutually exclusive. We as a community have an obligation to ensure both, particularly to those who can least afford to advocate for themselves. The complaint-driven system that we have now puts the burden on tenants but gives them neither them nor the community any protection. Lower-income renters are often constrained in both mobility and availability of liquid assets. Indeed, many tenants may be unwilling to file complaints for fear of retribution from their landlord. In this marketplace, tenants are dependent on landlords for good references and for getting their damaged deposit back. Land supports the expansion of rental regulation and rental inspection. Poorly maintained, rundown rental properties impact public safety, housing quality, can increase crime rates, and harm neighborhood aesthetics. At land meetings, we hear stories all the time about fire and health and safety hazards, overcrowding, problem and party houses, parking issues, unaccountable, indeed often unreachable absentee landlords. Unregulated rental properties degrade neighborhoods. There are inadequate city resources currently and not enough staff to address all problem rental properties. One way to rectify this resource issue is to begin registration, data, and fee collection now, even if inspection is not implemented until some point in the future. We want the city to ensure tenant safety and also to maintain the vitality of our neighborhoods. We believe that safe rental housing can be achieved through inspection and requiring repairs of rental property as needed. These actions will have a positive impact on both property values and housing prices, thus benefiting the city's tax base. The Lawrence Association of Neighborhoods asks the City Commission to please vote to expand rental regulation and inspection tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name's Brandy Sutton, and I've heard everybody talk about the bar needs to be raised and that we're raising the bar by completing this rental registration program. We're not raising the bar, we're not changing the bar, we're not lowering the bar. The bar is the city code. And the city code says that there are certain fire regulations that need to be met, there's certain maintenance codes that need to be met, and we have that in place. What I keep hearing is that Lawrence Neighborhood Association is aware of complaints and issues they see. Why are they not calling code enforcement? I know our code enforcement department is very responsive to complaints. It's not just up to tenants to call if there's an issue, it's up to all of us to call. If we see something that's an issue, why aren't we calling and talking to codes enforcement? We also have heard about renters don't know. Well, we're creating a $500,000 program because renters don't know. There's a lot more cost-effective ways to make sure that renters do know about a program, to make sure that landowners, that other neighborhood associations and other neighbors know there's somebody to call. Our code enforcement in the cities that I work in and deal with is probably the most responsive, whether it's a complaint by a tenant or a concern by a landlord. Come out, look at my property. Can you tell me if this is proper? I think we're looking at something that is just overly broad for what we really need, which is obviously an education program. looking at the program that's actually been proposed, we have this incentive programs based on major violations and minor violations. It seems very arbitrary, what's a minor violation, what's a major violation. When we had the January meeting and we looked through some of the minor violations and discussed them, most of those minor violations were tenant-created issues, grass being too high, smoke detectors being disabled. These are things that a landlord's going to be penalized for, and a landlord's going to have to pay more for the actions of the tenant, something that a landlord cannot control. We talk about tenants are going to not have any resources if they complain, they're going to be evicted, they're going to have repercussions against them by the landlord. The Kansas Residential Landlord Tenant Act specifically prohibits that and has very strict penalties for any landlord who attempts to retaliate for codes enforcements being contacted. One of the issues brought up in the January meeting was that demolition by neglect. We have this huge problem with demolition by neglect. But when inquiry was made as to how many of these properties were actually rental properties, well, most of them weren't. They were owner-occupied properties or properties that had simply been abandoned. We also are looking at costs. We're talking about a $500,000 program to enforce what we already have on the books. Those are hard costs. We aren't looking at the soft costs. And the soft costs, as Mr. Schulteis pointed out, as Mr. Hoy pointed out, are exponential. We're looking at employees that have to be hired to go out with inspectors, notices that are required under the Kansas Residential Landlord Tenant Act to be given to a tenant prior to entering their residence, dealing with tenants when they call and say, that's not convenient for me, I need to reschedule. How are we going to schedule all these? We don't necessarily have, everybody isn't a full-time landlord. How are we going to deal with the landowners who have a few rentals and have jobs and can't meet the inspectors out during 9 to 5 or 8 to 5? These are all issues that need to be addressed that haven't been addressed in the current version of this code, and I'd ask the commission to deny this ordinance and to go back to the drawing board with something that's more effective. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is David Severn. I've managed property in Lawrence for over 20 years. I manage over 200 units. I am what you'd consider an evil landlord, I guess. At least that's what the gist I get from earlier people talking. I know this is going to come as a shock to a lot of people, but I know a lot of landlords in town. I've obviously doing this 20 years. I know a lot of owners, and believe it or not, they care about their properties. The strong majority of them care about their properties. And this right now in this town, it's so competitive to rent your properties. You have to have them looking as good as possible to get people in there. And we care about making sure that they are in good condition, and we treat the customers right so that they stay with us. So the thought that all these evil landlords are sneaking around saying, man, I'm going to let that thing go, I'm going to let that thing go, is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. It is no different than any other business. If you own a restaurant, it is the exact same thing. You care about the quality of food. Well, we care about the quality of our townhomes and apartments all across town. Yes, there are a few people, I'm absolutely sure, that violate this. As a matter of fact, in 2012, out of the 18,000 apartments in this town, 365 days, 24 hours a day, that's basically what management is, there was only 8 code enforcement violations reported here in town. 8. There's sort of 100, but those 100, you take those out, only 8 were apartments. We broke them in here. 8. Now, if this was Lawrence Utility Billing, and they had only 8 complaints for an entire year, there would be a parade downtown. Okay? This is fairly good. All right? So I want you to think about that. We need to enforce the codes that are there and punish the people that are breaking those codes. But that is a phenomenal record. 8 out of 18,000 units. 365 days, 24 hours a day, we are dealing with those people in those units. That's a good record. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm Martin Moore. I'm the president of the Lawrence Apartment Association. I just got to say a couple of things. First of all, none of us really like to have strangers walk into our house, and our tenants are no exception. Quite a few of them are very private people. They're going to take time off from their jobs if we want to come into their apartment, and we have to honor those requests. And they're wonderful people, but they're private like us, and they don't necessarily want people coming into their apartment. I've got to agree with the statements that I don't think there's an epidemic out there. I don't think that it necessitates forcing your way into 18,000 apartments. I got to say something else. We got some great tenants in Lawrence, Kansas, of all shapes and sizes, including students. And I'm sorry, but I'm troubled to hear you say that students infest the neighborhoods around the university. We've got some great students, we've got some great seniors, we've got some great working professionals. This is not a students against the world problem, but we're mischaracterizing a lot of our tenants. I just want to make that clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the commission. My name is Matt Todd. I'm an attorney here in town. I represent Hawks Point Apartment. They own 3 apartment complexes here in town. I just want to stand in opposition to the proposed ordinance and briefly echo some of the points that have been made by some of the other speakers, most likely more eloquently than I could put it. So I will try to be brief. Just want to reiterate the fact that this proposed ordinance, although it is noble and I think it probably has some good intent, there certainly are some problem properties in our town that do need to have the code more thoroughly enforced against them. But this is a misguided attempt, and it certainly punishes a lot of non-violators in an effort to enforce the code against a small number of actual violators. I think the costs associated with this ordinance clearly will be passed on to the consumer. I think that raises a question that I don't know that staff has fully addressed regarding what the impact on affordable housing in our community will be as a result of this proposed ordinance. I think there are certainly better ways to address the issues and the concerns regarding the health and safety of our tenants in our community. I think education is echoed on both sides. I think proponents of this ordinance and people speaking against the ordinance have both said that really education of our tenants and informing them regarding their rights to enforce the code and seek out the, I guess, better housing opportunities in the community is probably a lot more cost effective than trying to implement a $500,000 plan that's going to punish people who are not in violation of the current code. Clearly, I think this attempts to address a very complex issue. I think there are a lot of potentially unintended consequences that could result from this. I think it probably needs some further study or further public input, certainly before voting to approve this type of ordinance. But based on its current form, I would have to urge the commission to vote against the ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Marcy Francisco, 1101 Ohio. Done a lot of things in the community, and one of them, along with my husband, is to be a landlord. We have a number of properties in Lawrence. Some of them have been in single-family neighborhoods that have been inspected, and others in multifamily. I want to say that I really appreciate the work that the inspection staff has done over the past 10 years while we've had the ordinance. They've always been very professional, easy to work with in terms of scheduling. They've worked with us because we have had jobs to schedule a time that works or to just meet with the tenants. And I think overall, it's been a program that has just let you know, okay, maybe there's some things that we should be working on and get done, because in that way, inspections force you to think about what's going on, to have that conversation with your tenants, to make sure things are in good shape. I want to thank the staff for the work that they did putting together, I think, some proposals that allow for opportunities for landlords who are doing a good job to see that reflected in those costs. I know that this is something that people may feel is a punishment. But we certainly want to see our restaurants inspected, even though we recognize that people want to do a good job of serving us food. So I hope that we can find a way to treat this as a business. It is a situation where someone who's maybe a neighbor, lives on the street, can recognize that there might be a problem, but in fact, the tenant has to invite someone in for an inspection. That's not something if you just call, that happens. So I appreciate the work that's been done on this, and hope that because we are inspecting a number of properties in town, because many people feel that that has worked, that we do say we need a program that is citywide. There really isn't any reason to differentiate between single family and multifamily if we're talking about an issue of public safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak?
Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. I would really like to say something positive.
Can you tell us who you are, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Carol
I know who you are,
Fonterge.
but
706 West 12th Street. And I just wanted to say something positive, because when we talk about livability in neighborhoods and neighborhoods that are real dense with students and rental properties, last week when we had a real heavy snowfall, I looked out my kitchen window and there were 4 young men down on my driveway. And I looked and I thought, well, they're not my grandsons. So I walked down and talked to them. They live in the same block, 4 young men who occupy a rental house. But they came up in the morning and they had shoveled all the steps, the sidewalks, the driveway, everything. So there's some nice things that happen in the Oread neighborhood too. Anyway, I wanted to just say that I hope that as a commission that you can demonstrate the same kind of courage tonight as you did earlier in discussing the recreation project. And I know that you've heard a lot from landlords and residents and some of the comments that have been made about the code enforcement kind of bother me. Some of the comments that there have only been 100 or there were only 8 or whatever the numbers were. In the past few years in the Oread neighborhood, when the neighborhood association has asked the city for the codes enforcement office for enforcement, and they've come and walked with us through the neighborhood, and we could give them lists of what we considered some of the most objectionable properties in the Oread neighborhood. I remember one time there were 12 houses on this list, and we walked around the neighborhood, we looked at these properties, and there was not one single thing that they could cite. They could not go into the properties. So, I mean, this talk about there only being so many complaints, it really isn't a very valid statement, because the ability to enforce the codes is severely limited by their inability to go inside a house. So, and I wanted to make a comment too about the concern of the inspections and how difficult they are, but I want to comment about the value of those inspections. I think you all know that my working career was mostly at the University of Kansas, and once or twice a year the inspectors would come from the state and inspect our buildings, and they would come with teams of men, like 6, and they'd spend 3 or 4 days inspecting our buildings. The net result of that is we were on our toes all year long to keep our buildings as safe as we could keep them, because they were students, and that was our primary concern, was protecting the students and keeping them safe. So I think that's a valid part of the inspection program is that it keeps everybody up to date and alert on what they're going to have to do to provide for the students. So again, I would ask you to demonstrate the same kind of courage on this issue as you did on the earlier issue. And keep in mind that what we really want is to make a safe living environment for the students, and we want to have livable neighborhoods. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to get the phone number of those kids that clean sidewalks off. Might be handy to have. Anybody else? We've got it all? Okay. Thanks for all your comments. Go back to the City Commission for discussion. Go.
A lot of things here, and I mean, I made some comments last time around. I don't want to repeat myself too much. When we look at the license fee on this, and a lot of the comments we've received via email, we're talking about how much this is going to impact people's rent and that sort of thing. We're talking about between $2 and $3 a month rent, and that's what we're talking about, you know. And I think it's important to get our facts straight when we're looking at this. A lot of our emails from a lot of folks failed, you know, their math assignments. They just weren't, the numbers didn't compute. It's not a horrible amount of money. What I think maybe more, and we talk about the hidden costs, and a lot of comments have come. Yeah, there's some inspection costs, but really we're talking about some costs potentially to bring properties up to those codes that most people in their comments have suggested are important, health and safety codes. Yeah, things are going to have to be brought up to code. It's going to cost a little money, and that's probably what we're talking about here. We have the majority of landlords in town do an excellent job at what they do, and some of them do an excellent job but occasionally miss a few things, and then there's a handful of rotten apples who are out there. But to say that while, you know, that we don't need any sort of enforcement, you know, mechanism here because most people do the right thing is like saying that we don't need a police force because, you know, most people drive the speed limit. You know, we need to watch out for those few that aren't doing the right thing, and that's the whole point of this ordinance. I think we've gotten at some of these issues with you know, this time around that we were talking about last time. You know, maybe we're a weakness in the multifamily. You know, we're not requiring 100% inspection. We've got a sampling. Representative sampling is allowed, and I think that is completely appropriate. There's also a mechanism that if you are, you know, consistently your property is inspecting, you know, passing its inspection, that it won't require as frequent of inspections. So there's an incentive there, which I think will save our staff's time and will save everyone's time who are following the rules. I think those are excellent policies in place. This is something, I mean, I go in properties in Lawrence, Kansas, you know, as part of my job, and I've seen things that need to be fixed, that are clear violations of our code, and that's just because I happened to go in because somebody asked me to go in and look at a particular issue. Well, when they called me to come in, that they were already on the path to having these properties taken care of. There's a lot of properties out there that aren't. I lived in one when I was going to school, and I don't know anyone who goes through school without having lived in a property that needed some help. The property that I'm thinking of mostly, you know, was in the Oriad neighborhood and wouldn't fall into the current code, the current policy that we have, because it's you know, it's an RM zoning. I own a house that's in the RM zoning. It's just a single family home. Just happens to be in an RM zone. And it doesn't have to be inspected. It doesn't have to have that same policy. The house behind it, behind the alley, is an RS zoning and does require the inspection to happen. So it's confusing right now, and you don't know just because it's a single family home. I mean, no one has any idea. And why should it be that a multifamily property doesn't qualify? Well, I'm happy that a lot of our properties are taken care of. I know that they're taken care of well, and I'm happy that I've been in multifamily properties that needed help. It's just like any other property, in that some have problems and some don't. This is something that was so important to KU that they've specifically asked us that we look at this, and there aren't that many things that KU's come to us and said, hey, we want you to really take a look at this, and be thinking about an ordinance for this, to this effect. And this is one that they felt very strongly on, that because it brings the town up to their peers. As folks are looking to where they're going to send their kids, these sorts of things come up. This isn't something that we're out here all on our own. This is something that is happening in communities all over the country. So we're just, we're not ahead of the curve here. We're behind it, but I'm very much hopeful that we'll move forward with this. I think that the ordinance is well done, and I think it has pieces in place that will reward those who are taking care of their properties, and will focus on the folks who need extra help and getting our rental stock up to the health and safety standards that our folks in our community deserve.
I agree with most everything Commissioner Cromwell said here.
Hugh, they were saying they were having a hard time hearing
Still.
you earlier. So.
I agree with most everything Commissioner Cromwell said here, and to, what an earlier speaker said, everything that I said in the last meeting, however many months ago, about, the need to expand our program here, still stands. I've got a few thoughts here I'll just go through, but, one thing is, I think that if you just go on complaints, and I've heard a lot of good arguments, once we put that in writing, to me, those numbers look pretty small as well, but at the same time, I also know that I just don't think they're representative either. I mean, who knows what percentage of real problems actually get reported. We know there's an issue out there. Quantifying it is the challenge. I mean, maybe it's not as widespread as I thought, but there's enough out there that I'd like to be able to find, have something in place to make a good, reasonable effort to find the fire traps that are out there, or the overcrowding situations that are out there. And for me, it's not a question of, the commission having the courage to move forward on this, like the earlier project as people have described. I think it's really just, the difference is just being comfortable with the proposal itself. I mean, I'm really, the other one is something we've pounded out the details for quite some time and been back and forth, and I'd love to think that at this point here, we've got a proposal that I'm as comfortable with when it comes to dealing with the safety, blight, occupancy, basically health and safety and welfare issues of our rentals properties. I'm not as comfortable. This is far off, actually, for me right now, as far as being comfortable with this current proposal. The idea is to identify the health, safety, welfare issues out there, and I feel strongly as well that it's not just for single family, but it should be, across the board that we do this. And KU asking us to do that's important as well. But I also do believe, I think we all do, that the vast majority of our landlords are good landlords. They care about their properties and they try. And so with that, I think we need to be very cognizant, very careful about designing this program in a way that we address those things without unnecessarily burden what we know is the vast majority of our landlords, and we don't unnecessarily across the board, incur costs that are permanent and are shared by all landlords. What I really would like and hope we can get to is a program that very much, first, that we find those problem properties and that they incur the costs of this program more so than sharing it across the board. I think it means it's a smaller program, and so I would just throw out my couple suggestions of what I think could really make a program that I could be comfortable with. And that is to, whether it's a 3-year, 5-year period, however long it takes, that we actually do, now this is separating apartments from homes, rentals, larger complexes, I mean, is to go out and inspect every property out there. Now, I don't know how long that's going to take, but to get into the program, you need to be inspected. And that cost can be paid for at the time of the inspection, potentially, so it's cost neutral. But if you pass that, if you don't have the, and again, I would think I'm also need to get comfortable with what it is that causes you to fail the inspection. I do think that tenant behaviors are something that I wouldn't, I would not want to hold landlords necessarily accountable for that. Yeah, things need to be fixed, but what I'm looking at is health, safety, blight issues, landlord issues. If they're found in that inspection, then you are opted into the rental registration program. You have to make it right, and you're in a program, whether it's 3 years, 5 years, however often we might re-inspect, and maybe there's a chance to get out of that program at some point as well with some incentives there. And if you pass this inspection, then you're basically certified unless and until we do get a complaint from that property. If we have a valid complaint, you're opted into the program as well. So really, basically, the properties that are in the program, one, we know we go and find those fire traps. You know what I mean? We'll find them through this inspection process. And we'll stay on, and those who have issues will be those who pay for the program. They pay for those inspections. Same with apartment complexes, I think we could do a much, much smaller sampling than what we've proposed in the current proposal of, I don't remember top of my head, but I really think if you go to an apartment complex of any size and randomly inspect 5 units, 7 units, I mean, a much smaller amount than what we've got proposed right now, I think you can ascertain the quality of management quality of the property, and you've got a bigger mass of people to file a complaint if they really are having issues at that particular property. So I think that's another way to go in, and again, they could be certified, and they're not in this program unless and until they have a valid safety blight complaint. And if we do that, I think, again, everybody has a little cost they're going to share to just get their property checked. If you're a good landlord, if you're a good property, then this is a huge step at getting to what my biggest concern is how many of these issues really are out there, because I don't think we can really quantify it. I don't know. There aren't good numbers, and I don't think they're representative. It doesn't take that many properties, frankly, to be really a big concern to me. I'd just like to find them. And then ultimately, that type of a proposal is paid for by properties with problems. It's much smaller. And like I said, if it takes several years, rather than hiring a ton of staff, we could contract those inspections. We could use multiple departments to do those inspections. But I think it'll achieve the same the same goal of getting at those safety and health issues that we might have out there, but without being what I think right now is a bit of an overreach, just awfully big. And I'd be concerned at that kind of expense and that kind of size, how effective would we be at that point? Especially if it includes too many things in the inspection. I wouldn't want to pass something that kind of ends up being fluff, I guess, to try and address the issue when it's really a lot more cost, bureaucracy, and maybe we don't really even improve the problem. Keep it lean and mean and just focus on the problem landlords as we go and inspect. That would be my thought. I believe we need to do something, and just think we're a ways off from something I'd be comfortable with right now.
You're up.
So there's a couple of things that came to mind tonight, and I think previously it was unanimous that we move forward and look at a problem like this, because I think most of us acknowledge that there's, you know, clear bad actors in some of the neighborhoods. And I think that, I was just looking at the numbers, when some of the information that we're given when staff does work is they tell us things we probably didn't really know. And, you know, one of the things that jumped out is 18,000 dwelling units. That's a huge number. I mean, that's just enormous. I mean, 18,000 units. Imagine having to inspect 18,000 units. I mean, I inspect stuff for a living, and that number just makes my head explode. So I think the first thing I want to make sure is clear, and I want to make sure it's clear to everybody here, is that, you know, I think we need to implement some sort of rental registration program across the board for single-family dwelling units or apartment complexes. I think there needs to be some sort of license or some sort of, you know, clear delineation between a owner-occupied home and a single and a tenant. And I think that's something that's really important. That's one of the things that came about from some of this investigation that's gone on. Because I think there's cases where a unit is owner-occupied, it becomes a piece of property that's used for business, and it's not up to snuff. And that's happening more and more. And I've been involved in several instances lately that makes me really concerned that we draw that line in the sand right away. It's either your house or it's a business. Which one is it? So that's the first thing I think we need to address immediately, because I think there's gray areas that people are getting exposed to, and I think that's causing some of the problems with some of the homes. So it's the inspection aspect that made me take a step back and not rethink the need for some sort of program that meets the need and addresses the health and safety issues, because I believe that you know, if we're going to have a program, it needs to work. You know, the people that came up here today who own property and who bothered to show up, I respect you for being here. I respect you as landlords and as business owners, but we all have a cost of doing business, and really what we need to talk about is what that cost needs to be a landlord, to generate income and create revenue in Lawrence, Kansas. How much is that going to be to me as somebody who operates that? So I am 100% committed to, we need to inspect and we need to register. I think that's something that there's no gray area. I don't think anyone here maybe feels as strongly as I do, but I've been through it in the last couple of years personally, and I see that there is a need for inspections of rental properties. There's no question about it. It's having the confidence in the staff and in the city and in the availability of qualified inspectors to do that work, so that we don't create this bureaucracy and then blow all your money doing a bad job. You know, I've been shown recently that, you know, we need to improve our internal procedures before we can even think about expanding out into 18,000 units. I mean, it's just a phenomenal job that we're thinking about taking on here. But that doesn't diminish the need for it. I think it needs to underscore how big of a task this is. And, you know, some people talked about, you know, the infestation of neighborhoods by tenants. That's a strong word, and I just want to say that, you know, we can all work, you know, live together, work together, and get this worked out so that everyone wins. And I think this is a situation where it's going to take careful consideration and somebody to take the bull by the horns. But, you know, this was our first attempt. We tasked staff with giving us their ideas, and they had a meeting or two, and I'm sure they've studied this for years, and this is something that needs some leadership. So what I'm going to say is that I'm committed to spending the time and effort, the next whatever it takes, to get this right. As a commissioner, as a citizen, as somebody who has a kid who's going to be renting property in Lawrence, Kansas, who cares about this and who's seen some of the conditions that they live in, it's you know, it isn't panacea out there. It's not perfect. There are lots of problems that we need to probably solve. But I don't know if the government is the answer to those solutions or to those questions. But we need a commission that we prioritize this and we get involved and we fix our own, we make sure our department is capable of performing the task. But in the meantime, we get everyone on record. We try to figure out who's renting, who's not. You know, maybe there's some solutions. I don't have the answers tonight, but I can tell you that we need a commitment from the commission to move forward, and I'm committing that I'll spend the time, the next, whatever it takes, to get this right, and it doesn't become an undue burden, and it doesn't become a financial, cross to bear for landlords, but it's a shared responsibility between tenant and landlord, and those that are in good shape, it shouldn't impact severely, and those that aren't in good shape are gonna have to get their house in order. I mean, that's ultimately what we want here. So, I don't know how that's gonna get done, but I would suggest that we, right away, talk about registering or making sure we have a clear understanding of rental properties versus owner-occupied, and maybe talk about creating immediately, an opportunity for people to interface with a staff member whose job it is to educate, because it's clear that some people don't know what the rights are, to educate tenants, to educate the kids that are coming into this community with no understanding of what it means to be a tenant, and educate the landlords as to what their responsibilities are, the new ones, the ones that just all of a sudden become a landlord, or that they buy a property, they don't know how bad it is. Those are the things that I think we need to get working on, and maybe a person a liaison, or somebody who we can make it easy for people to know who to talk to, because I think that's something that's come out of this discussion as well, is people don't know where to go. People say they don't know who to call, they're afraid to call. All those things being said, maybe that's something we can do immediately, but I want to take action on this. I just am not convinced we're in a position internally to take on the new responsibilities, and I want to make sure that we are before we start exercising our inspection authority and our right to, access people's property before we really know what we want this to look like. So that's kind of where I'm at.
As well. Well, I want to thank everybody who has sent me something, who's called, who has stopped by, and offered me all of their thoughts on this particular matter. One of the things that I'm a little bit surprised as I've listened to all this, and I can't remember which one of the speakers this evening came up and talked a little bit about that our code does not allow us or allow somebody to say that there's a blighted property and we can't go onto that property to see if something exists. That really surprises me. I think that as rough and tumble as we think our code is, I think there's something wrong there. If somebody's having a problem, I think that there should be an action that's been able to taken. If our code is worth its salt, we should be able to have, if something is life-threatening or there's a life safety question here, our folks should be able to enter that property upon whatever procedures allowed by state law to take care of that. One of the things that I think that is concerning to me is that as we look at the inspection of property, one of the things that I've always had a concern about is if, heaven forbid, something bad were to happen, our liability or acceptance of liability on something that we may have missed. That is something that I've always been concerned about, and something that I'm going to have to wrap my hands around to make sure that we have that covered. Everybody that's on this commission, everybody that I know wants to make sure that properties are safe for tenants or folks who are going to live in a property. All of us want to make sure that that happens. Is the inspection or the registration the best way to do that? I don't know. We've had a couple new ideas, just from the dais this evening, from Commissioner Carter and Vice Mayor Dever, of additional things to consider at this point. But I think the outcome is still the same, and that is, as we talked about the rental registration and inspection of these properties, is that ultimately what we have to consider to make a program work? I'm here to tell you, I don't know at this point if that's the best way to do it, but I don't think that you can just say no to this program tonight. I don't think that you can do that. If there's additional information that we may need that looks at this, Vice Mayor, maybe your idea, and was brought up several times you know, something that's going to help in the education so that, you know, tenants, you help them understand, you know, the various consumer and tenant laws that are already in place, those kind of things. If that's it, that all helps. But I think that there's a number of things that we can look at. You know, I appreciate your commitment, wanting to do that, but I don't think that we turn, you know, anything down at this point. I guess I'm just not ready to move ahead at this point with full-blown registration and expanding the program. As you said, 18,000 units, that is a heck of a lot of addresses that we are going to be going into and being responsible for, and I believe have a liability to do. So, not quite yet, Mayor.
Well, I'm supportive of the project. I think it's something we need to do just for to get a handle on everything that's out there. I'm sympathetic to some of the statements I heard tonight at the commission table here. And one of the things I'm in agreement with the vice mayor said, that I think that all units should be inspected if they're occupied by a tenant. So that's every kind of different structure you have. Simply to get a handle on it. Some of the speakers have indicated let's go after the bad apples, and I agree with that. So I would be inclined to suggest that we look at smaller sample sizes when we're looking at inspections of multiple units. I would be inclined to look at longer bonus times between reinspection when they get a good score, and then really hone in on the folks who are doing a bad job, because that's what we want to get to. We do want it to be a health, safety, welfare issue, and clean up those particular areas that need to be cleaned up. We don't want to be in the position of spending a lot of time and energy for the people who do a good job, and there's certainly a number of those people that do a very good job. So those would be my comments. And I don't know that the numbers in the staff report is 18,623 rental units, renter occupied housing units. And, you know, I see that as perhaps over a 2 or 3 year period to trying to get through all those. I don't think you're going to do that in 1 year. If you do, it's not going to get done right. But that would be my statement. But you know, I want to get this started, and I want to see it through, and I want to see it with some conviction. I want it to have credibility. I want the good players to feel like they're getting a good shake out of it, that they're not being overly burdened, and I want the people who aren't doing a good job to do their job right, and that's what it comes down to. Now, how we craft all that into an ordinance, and with a schedule and with fees that are fair. I like the first start was good, but I think that perhaps we haven't concentrated enough on the really poor landlords that aren't doing their job correctly. But I'd like to get those people identified and then really stay with them through inspection after inspection until they get their places cleaned up. And in fact, to the point where if they have 2 or 3 inspections, they're not going to clean it up, we put a sticker on it and say you can't occupy the facility. I mean, you know, the only way to get to this is make sure they hear what you're trying to say and that you've got to do it. I do not want to be in the business, or I do not want to be responsible to talk to any parent to tell them why I'm sorry they lost their kid because they were living in a dilapidated structure that was not coded properly. I don't think that's the case in that much right now, but that's where I'm trying to get to. I'm trying to get to the people who are not doing their job correctly. I had a call a week ago Sunday that was unbelievable. I turned it into the city, but it was a situation that was 2 rental properties and it was badly out of compliance, if indeed the caller was correct with what she was telling me. So anyway, there is stuff out there that's bad news, and that's what we got to get to. We got to try and get to those units and get those fixed. So that's my overview statement. What I would like to see is, I'd like to see us come back with some
more ideas, a little bit more refinement. I don't want to give up on it. I do want it to be an ordinance. And I think that's a consensus view. I don't know if there's other specifics you want staff to look at or to tackle.
Mayor, I would just like an opportunity to see if we can have a meeting with a few of the interested parties to kind of hone in on the issues they identified in this.
Sure.
And then also the ones we all identified in this, and then maybe take that information and then start talking about how we implement what you just said, which is smaller sample size, longer, bonus time, and honing in on the problem sites. I mean, that's really what we're after.
We're trying to,
Yeah, but we get calls from brand new apartment buildings that just in 1 year have turned, into unsuitable conditions, and they turned them over and gave the keys to them. So it's not age-based. I mean, we've got to have some insight from the people that do this for a living, though, I think. And I think we need to give staff some more direction, because they came back to us with what they thought was the best. And I think now it's time to us to either give them ideas, get those ideas, and get back with a plan that works.
So are you wanting to put it, Vice Mayor, you want to put together a small group that, or a group of us
Yeah,
that meet?
I'd like to maybe table this and then get with Scott, and maybe have whoever wants to be involved in this and meet and figure out how to fix this so that we're all comfortable with it.
you'd like to have a half dozen or so stakeholders that.
That would be the appropriate way to say yes.
Right. Well, no, I'm in agreement with that, because, if you're, I'm obviously been referred to a couple times tonight as the restaurateur. We know what we're looking for and how to run a restaurant, and I would rather have input and to work it, to work out an inspection to where they look at critical things. I mean, I know as much about a restaurant as the next person or more, because I've been doing it all my life. But in other words, to take the people who actually work in the industry, bring them in here and say, okay, how do we get to the people we're trying to get to? And how do we avoid harassing or over-policing the folks that are doing a good job? That's what we're trying to get to. And I think they'll have some pretty good ideas on that. And that's good.
Well, I'd
I
be
think it's a
happy
good
to
idea.
do that with you if you want.
Sure.
Aaron?
I guess I got a little issue here in that we've been doing this. I mean, this has been something that we've been talking about for a very long time. We've gotten a lot of input already on this, and kicking this can down the road to a committee, I think, is a potential mistake.
Okay, well, let me
We've
rephrase it.
we've identified a couple of items here, and which you just enumerated. We've all said that we've said all categories need to be inspected. We've said that we really need to get it functional. We need to start with everything being looked at. We need to the only way to really get at the bad apples is by getting the whole sample size done. And then the way of rewarding those, is to make a longer period of time that, if you pass, so many percentage of your properties passed, and you have a longer period. That's how you get at that. It's like we've identified. I mean, I don't know what else there is. We've already said that we want to inspect everything. We've already said, what that's going to look like. We just need to change the percentages on the numbers, and we need to talk about how that's going to work. And I think the other part of this too that gets at the fact that there's no way that we have the capacity to handle this right now, is to talk about or analyze some sort of a phase-in process. We're going to start here. We're going to, this is our plan to get to, from A to Z here. We've got, there's too many rental units to go off the gate here and hope to inspect everything in the next, year. Honestly, it's going to take, we may have a 5-year plan here in order to get everything inspected, but we need to have some sort of an implementation plan in place. Otherwise, we're going to have an ordinance that we're going to not be able to deal with. So that there's a couple things there, but I think that's maybe versus having I don't know that we need another, to have a committee and have a bunch of input. I think that this is something that with some input from us, staff can look at, and obviously we're always collecting input from everyone at any time. And if there's somebody's got a great idea for their correct numbers here, you know, of percentages and how to make that work better, let's hear it. But let's, I don't know that we need a committee to take a look at this time.
Well, with all due respect, I agree everything you said, except there's one part that's missing for me, and that is that none of us were involved in that process. And that I can't, you know, I can tell you that I've spent uncountable hours on something else we just talked about today. And, you know, it's exhaustive commitment and passion and confidence in something that's going to work. And I'm not feeling that right now, only because I believe after some of the experiences I've had in the last few months that I don't think we're capable of doing what we want to do, and I'm not sure that the input we've received is as complete as it needs to be right now, just based on my limited sample set of what I've been a part of in the last few months. And so, one, it's convinced me that I think we need to do something. Two, it's convinced me that I'm not sure we're capable of doing it or that we have the tools to do it yet. And I'd like to have that in place before we make a commitment to do so. Because without tools to do it, why would we have a rule? You know what I'm saying? Unless you're saying, let's put the rule in place and then figure it out later. I don't want all the details figured out, trust me, but I'd like a few more ironed out. And one of the complaints that I've heard several times is that they didn't get input from the people that know this the best. And I would like to make sure that question goes away, because I think that's important, that we get input from those that are most likely going to be regulated by this, and make sure it's happened and that they've participated. And I know you say that's happened already, but were you at the meeting?
No, I've seen the input, I've seen the you know, and I've heard our comments here, and what we're willing to budge on, and what we're hearing, you know, from an industry, you know, certain elements is not.
Oh, I see.
I don't see the middle, you know, we say everything needs to be inspected, they say don't inspect us at all.
Yeah.
That's my comment back.
Yeah, I see. Well, it's really not, yeah. That's a broader issue. I'm talking about how to pay for it, how many people it's really going to take, how difficult it's going to be to get access to these places. You know, what are the ramifications of creating a rule, and to make sure that we have the right to inspect and that we can get into the ones we want. I mean, those are the things that I think we need to iron out before we start saying we're going to limit the sample size, but we don't get to choose the sample size, for example. You know, the details that I don't know that have been figured out yet, if we're going to talk about less.
Well, just along those lines, I mean, I don't know that it was, we're almost really creating a new department. I mean, we
Yeah.
really are. We're doing a huge
526.
decision here. And this is kind of almost a first draft. I mean, staff's come back here with what feels like more of a, maybe it's a second blush, but of something that's going to have, I think, many iterations before I would want any, you know, and I just think based on the implications of starting this program, the potential unintended consequences, I would want to have a much better understanding. No, I shouldn't say understanding, but I'd want to be a lot more comfortable with a lot of the details. And I think, you know, it's permanent, and it's too big a decision to, I think we are all still committed to it, and this should just be one version, take this feedback, and another comes back, but the expectation of acting on it right now, I'm just nowhere near the comfort level to be doing something of this significance. And to those who've been looking for this for years, you know, I apologize, but it frankly, you know, talking about rushing something through, I mean, honestly, there's other things that we've done that are more complex, but at the same time, we've seen, I don't know how many different versions of them before I voted with confidence in what I was implementing and in our ability to execute it. And I think we're a ways away, given this complexity of this, given the costs, given the consequences. So I just think we're, you know, Vice Mayor, I think the idea of getting commissioners on to a group discussion and with the stakeholders could be, certainly
Yeah.
beneficial.
When's the last time we hired new staff members at City Hall?
New positions?
Yeah.
It's just been in the police department, sustainability coordinator.
That's only half-time.
I'm sorry?
We share that resource.
We share,
It's
we
Ca-
share
City
that.
County,
No,
yeah.
it's been police officers.
Yeah.
I mean, as far as just adding new FTEs, I mean, that's my
Yeah,
most
it's-
recent
That's what I'm
recollection. I'm not, I think I'm accurate on that.
Mayor, you gave, a list of items that you would like to see in this ordinance and what it might look like from where you're at right now. Other members of this body have different ideas. It sounds like Commissioner Cromwell's ready to go as written.
Yeah.
That's fine. You have concerns, I may have concerns. Why don't you give us a couple of weeks that, we can, bring, written comments of things that we may want to look at farther along with the things that you have. Like I offered to help the vice mayor in meetings that, he may have with stakeholders in this particular case, if necessary. See if we can put something together to make us feel better about the deal.
Yeah, we'll make it a priority. There's no kidding we can. It's
Well,
just, I'm not comfortable.
I would volunteer to go to at least one, but probably just one meeting. And if you want to be the other part, then we'll get 4 or 5 people that are here to both sides of the issue. And let's sit down and see what the ideas are and see where we go from that. And then come back with that information and along with the other kind of statements we threw around here as to where we see this going. Is there comments to?
I was just going to make the observation, you probably want to have that meeting next week. Week after next is spring break, which is sometimes difficult to coordinate, and you've really only got next week, the 12th, and then we skip a week, no meeting, and then the 26th.
Sure.
That's
As far
fine.
as this current commission.
That's fine because, my statement is, I want to get going on it. I want to get it done. So, Aaron, you've been trying to say something.
Yeah, no, I think that's great, that's fine, I understand. I would suggest that staff also work on thinking about an implementation plan. I'm sure that you probably have considered an implementation plan. You're not going to get to this point without having done that. But I think it's important that that you hear from this body that we understand that this is not something that's going to be an overnight, in whatever this ends up looking like, we're not going to be able to get it done right away. So we understand that, and we need to have a realistic
So you need a timeline. and
time,
how it's gonna be implemented.
timeline, how it's going to work, and in a way that's more focused on success than on getting it done quickly. I think this may have to be stretched out years and in order to get this done. But I think that I probably speak for this body when I say that we would rather have it done that way than to try to, rush it all of a sudden and then just, not be able to handle it. So those are just some.
Mayor, one of the things along with that is that if we're going to look at a change of the sampling size or the inspections or any change in that, one of the things that I would like to know from Scott or Dave, somebody, talk about this ability for, if somebody sees something, with a house, apartment, whatever it may be, what changes do we have to make to the code, to be able to help take care of a problem that may exist. I hear, the folks that, the landlords in general, talking about, we're doing a good job, keeping it up and we're trying to go after the bad apple. Well, if somebody's out there seeing something obviously bad that's going wrong, they should be able to come to city staff and point it out in the event that, the landlord doesn't, or that, the tenant doesn't do it. And maybe that takes care of the majority of the problem right there. Because it's already there, without going through this
Doesn't
entire
presume it's the
process.
tenant saying it,
That's
plus the
right.
tenant's not automatically.
That's right. I mean,
Then
I
we get
just
a whole
think there's
nother
ways
rule,
to do
if
it.
anyone can complain and then anyone can inspect, and that's
Yeah.
part of the problem too.
Okay, so let's see if we have this correct for staff to listen to. So we're going to, next week, have a meeting with stakeholders. Vice Mayor Dever and myself will represent the commission. We'll get another 5 or 6 people who want to sit down. We want to look at this ordinance with the commentary that was in play tonight
have them offer their suggestions on how we get done the way we want to get it done. And we'll take their advice and bring it back to this commission and see where we go. In the meantime, with that information, the staff could try and rewrite, update this ordinance to see if we, keep working at it. And then that'd be back on in 2 weeks.
On the 26th,
26.
maybe 2 weeks from next week.
3 weeks. 3 weeks. Yeah.
And my suggestion, Mayor and Vice Mayor, is that you go ahead and set that time now. You've got some interested parties here. I mean, I'd go ahead and set that time now. I know that we're not at the calendar portion, but we've got interested parties here. We want to communicate that out. You want to set up a time to do that. Probably be good to do that this evening while you've got interested parties here to communicate that out. We'd work on that, and then with the idea that we would then provide a report back to the commission on March the 26th.
Okay.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday works for me, so
That's
pick a date,
fine.
pick a time.
Wednesday, what, you want to do 3 o'clock or something like that, or 4 o'clock?
Whatever works best for everybody, let's keep it open.
March the 13th?
That's Wednesday.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good to me.
What time?
Say 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock. Scott, is that working for you?
And then, if some of you would like to volunteer to be on this, stakeholders, I'd like to get some of these, people who are representing associations, like, Martin Moore and like, hey, if you'll give your name to one of our staff people here, maybe Diane can pick up names here in a minute. But, like I said, it would be helpful if we had some of the association owners that represent multiple landlords to be on that. You as well, Mr. Harper. I see you waving your hand. Okay.
Mayor, one question real
Sure.
quick. Is any and all input going to be allowed through this process? Or is it just, on this ordinance and, tightening it up, finishing it up? Are we
Well,
going to look at just license?
I'm not interested in, we don't want it, it's a bad idea. I mean, we've
No.
decided that it is a good idea and we're gonna move forward with it. I don't know if that's where you're going with it or not, but,
Well, I'm just thinking, if somebody has, one of the things we talked about tonight was, maybe just a licensing. One of the speakers talked about without an inspection or, being able to add that at a different time, was one of the notes that I got, away from City Hall. I mean, there's all kinds of things,
yeah,
but
I don't know what licensing does without an inspection. I mean, what do you get done?
it tells you, who's in business, who's not.
It addresses a couple issues like access, the right for us to access it. Who owns it and who doesn't.
Well,
you
I
know?
understood you to say that you thought it would be important to inspect every
It would be.
habitable unit,
But
just to see
initially-
what can, yeah.
Right, but I'm saying right away, a rental registration,
Part of the timeline.
yeah, at the beginning,
Well,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
As long as we're not just gonna register addresses and then,
No,
forget
no,
about it.
that's what we're gonna talk about, is how to implement,
all right.
what the timeline looks like and how we do that.
okay, good. Is that good enough for tonight, or do we need to vote on this to table the ordinance, or?
I think it would be appropriate to have a motion to direct the mayor and vice mayor to have a stakeholder meeting on March the 13th.
Okay.
So moved.
Second.
Carter, Amick. Other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Carries 5-0. Okay, well, thanks for staying with us all night, and it's been a good discussion.
It's almost tomorrow.
And those of you who'd like to be on that committee, please sign so we get your name and number.
Please.
Diane will take it right there. Okay. Okay, we got a few more things to do, so. No. What? Hey, Dave, ask Diane if she'll go. Take him out back, will you? Take those folks out back. And the method of that was, if they're out there, we're going to call for public comment now.
Dan Dannenberg, 2702 University Drive. Earlier this evening, one of the attorneys representing the attorney representing the apartment association got up and spoke for 5 minutes. Another of the apartment or rental property owners spoke for over 4 minutes. The president of the apartment association looked straight over at me and criticized me for my use of the word infestation. Nobody on the commission addressed those infractions. Nobody. So we know who owns you. We know that you have tonight effectively defeated any rental registration or regulation in this city. Pardon?
Did you listen to what happened here?
Yes, I listened that you kicked it down the road another 2 weeks. And you aren't willing to do anything ultimately to see that we address the issues. You mentioned very little, if anything, of quality of life. I have called the police and code enforcement since the first of the year 1, 2, 3, 4 times, and they all had to do with rental properties. And the people who own those properties, they don't care. They get their rent checks, they get their depreciation, and soon they won't have to pay any state income tax because it's going to be very easy to reorganize. So we have enough information to go after this. We could hire, and don't tell me there isn't money. We spend over $200,000 to the Chamber of Commerce. Soon we will have 2 former mayors on the staff of the Chamber of Commerce. Are they both being paid? Are they both being paid by city funds or partially by city funds? Do we know that? I don't think we do. So the disparity here is pronounced. And it's pretty clear that, as Commissioner Dever said in a previous meeting on the Regional Recreation Center or whatever it is, a lot has gone on behind the scenes. Well, in rental registration, it's pretty obvious that a lot has gone on behind the scenes because there's no interest in my situation as an owner and resident of my property. You don't care about that. I'm just a bug who comes up here and rants every once in a while. I've written things to the city and they don't get any response or any acknowledgement. So to me, you have just opted out. And the other the matter is that soon the landlords and the non-resident property owners will own the rental registration program. What happened with the Interstate Commerce Commission? The railroads yelled, but then they just bought the Interstate Commerce Commission. And that undue influence will permeate the rental registration. In number 1, there will be advanced notice of inspections. That will happen either under the table or over the table. So we all know that this program, oh, and I have one more thing to point out, and then I'll shut up. I'll go over 4 minutes, but since the others went over 4 minutes, I think I have a little right to do that. At the January 7th meeting, there was a break, and we were discussing the rental registration. And what happened during the break? The director of planning runs over to the president of the apartment association and his slick suited lawyer, and they all chat up and laugh at one another, with one another. We know who's controlling the process. We know who owns the situation.
Is there anyone else who'd like to lecture the commission tonight?
I've got more if you have time.
Mayor, I have to.
Not tonight, I'm afraid.
Dan,
Time's up.
when this process gets, have a nice evening.
Mayor, I take great offense of being accused of anything, as every member of this commission does.
Yeah.
I have to say that for the record. I will not be accused of anything like that and sit here and take it. I'm sorry, but he is absolutely wrong.
Yeah, the process will go forward, and I think we've got a good handle on it.
Does anyone else like to make
Move too
public
fast,
comment?
move too slow. We can't please anyone, can we? Just hurry up and hurry up. Now we're not moving fast enough.
Sometimes it's best not to watch the sausage being made.
Okay. Future agenda items.
There's, in the mayor's wisdom, we did not have the water, wastewater items on tonight. We've got those on for next week.
It's the gray hair.
As well.
You gotta make more than $1 an hour.
There'll probably there's a number of items related to that, and there'll probably be some other items on you skip a week for spring break, and then on the 26th, we'll get on the future agendas memo for next week. You'll have all the information regarding the 6th and K-10 rezoning issues, the comp plan, text amendments, the CC 600 items as well, that the planning commission made recommendations on last week. That's what will be on your March 26th agenda.
So 3 things I'm trying to wrap up with this commission for it goes in the history books are rental registration, water, wastewater, and CC 600. Those are our 3 big projects to get through and complete through the 26th. Oh, recycling, yes. Sorry about that.
And on recycling, we've got a draft contract from HAM, and we're meeting this week and trying to move that forward as well.
Okay.
Whether or not it will be finalized, I think we're gonna try and work on it though, so.
All right. Any other items you want to talk about for future agenda items? It's not. Commission items. Good. Thank you. Anybody else on commission? Calendar.
Just if there's an opportunity for you all to stop at any of these retirement receptions, I know Campton Johnson, I believe, is pretty close to being, I think, one of our longest-serving city employees. And then Margene Schwartz reception there as well. That is the week of spring break. You see other items there as well. Thank you.
Oh, okay. What was the first? Oh, Alan Johnson, okay, 19th and 20th. Gotcha. Anything else on calendar? Well, wasted another perfectly good hour. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Phoenix, Cromwell. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
It's over.